us and they're enjoying their Boxing Day. It, the situation, I have to admit, looks very, very dystopian right now. And a lot of people are despairing, wondering when is this horror show going to end? And, you know, there is a lot that is going on behind the scenes that I cannot talk about, but let's just see if we start, some very prominent people. But there is a lot of fighting going on behind the scenes. And in a sign that this horror show is going to end, we have seen the Epstein files dumped. For example, if you look at this one, I was told by military intelligence this is Stephen Colbert with a young child, and they're saying he's going to be the first to go. We'll see, but take a look and see for yourself. That is, a very sanitized video. They haven't released the ones of people actually being tortured and killed, but they exist because that's how these people operate. And this is, beyond any doubt. And we're now also starting to get from the Department of Justice document release testimony about the fake Donald Trump. Remember, the real Donald Trump is 6'3" tall or 190 centimeters, appears with Melania. He has not been seen since June. And this Trump does not have skeletons in his closet, but they've had a fake Trump for a long time, and this one does. And that's coming out, as you can see from these two videos. This is all going to come out, and you can tell there are signs that it really is ending. For example, Russian intelligence is reporting that all the members of the Ukrainian government have sent their money and families overseas, and they're asking various embassies for shelter and protection because they know they're not going to be able to stay in Ukraine. But there's basically nowhere on earth they're going to be able to go. Now, the other thing that's happening is the government of Israel is offering a huge amounts of money to airlines to start direct flights from Tel Aviv to Argentina. This means a lot of prominent Israelis are hoping to flee to Argentina, and they don't want the plane stopping at another country on the way because they know they'll get arrested. They think that the 1,000 miles of coastline they bought in Patagonia and the underground facilities there will allow them to escape justice. But no, there's nowhere on earth these people are going to be able to hide. We're going to go after them. We're going to make sure it's finished. And at the same time, these people are so desperate, they're cracking down in ways that are just hard to imagine. For example, watch this video of someone being arrested in the UK for calling someone carpet muncher. This is a sign of a failed regime when they are, arresting people for saying something like carpet muncher. There's something very wrong, and this is not going to last. But if you are in the military, you need to take personal action. We are allowed to arrest these people. Any one of us, anyone watching there, if you see one of these people on the street in public, you're allowed to make a citizen's arrest, and that can be proven in any court. And if they resist arrest, you're allowed to use necessary force. Now, another sign that this really is going to end this time is that a Dutch court has ordered is we need to do something about this reality TV show that is pretending to be the U.S. government. I was contacted by Dr. William Mount. I haven't heard from him in a while, but he told me that Washington, D.C. has been abandoned, and the entire horror show you're watching, the so-called Trump government, is run out of Florida. They're breaking international law. They're stealing oil tankers. They're not going to last much longer, but it would be nice to send special forces into Mar-a-Lago and arrest these actors and secret handlers like Leo Zagami and put an end to this show. And I know the P3 and the P2 Freemasons are getting desperate because they've been sending me emails or saying that, threatening nuclear war. That means they've run out of cards. Their fake dollar machine is not working. their control of the narrative, even though they're censoring like I've never seen before. They've shut down so many sites, and they arrested military commentators, but it's not going to be enough. There's too many of us, and this is not going to be allowed to continue. And the censorship is also covering up genocides in places like Sudan, where the United Arab Emirates, which is another rogue state that needs to be dealt with, and for some reason people don't want to talk about it, but it has to be talked about. It's not just Gaza. Okay, these criminals have to have nowhere on earth to shelter, and the Russians and the Chinese need to enforce this. Of course, Russia has its own problem. Their government is heavily infiltrated by Chabad and the Satanists, and they need to carry out a purge of their own. And one name I'd like to suggest is Kirill Dmitriev, the head of the Russian Direct Investment Fund. His public statements make it clear he's a compromised Chabad agent, and I would recommend to the Russians that they take him in for questioning. But in any case, the other thing that's happening is that there's been a very blatant attempt to suppress Christianity in the United States, and the so-called White House now does not allow a Christmas tree, but they do have a menorah, and they celebrate Hanukkah, which is commemorates a genocide, and that's wrong. And the real Jewish people, need to do something about that, and they will. The Jewish people are about to be liberated from this satanic cult that has taken over their leadership. That remember, the Holocaust is a burnt offering to Satan, and now I've also been told by Mossad agents that the massacre at Bondi Beach in Australia was carried out. The people who did it, their last name was Cohen. They're Mossad agents so they can justify a crackdown on anti-Semitism, which is really anti-Satanism. Okay, it's nothing to do with Jews. But people are very, very angry, and even though it's not being reported, the governments in Europe are falling. Take a look at these demonstrations in Holland, for example. It's being seen not just in Holland, but all over Europe. The farmers are shutting down governments because the governments have been trying to put farmers out of business so that they can create a starvation crisis and control the food supply. But it's simply not going to work. So in the new year, in 2026, we hope we're going to do everything possible, and I personally am going to take personal action in ways that I can here in Japan. And I've been in touch with police and military types and political types, and the government of Takaichi Sanae is not going to be allowed to last because she's been trying to give Japanese tax money to the openly Nazi, and that has marked her as no good. So something will happen here. Again, we can't talk about all the details, but we all need to take action. Enough is enough. The horror show has to end. Let me just check my notes, see if there's anything else.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. As you wrote in this week's report, Japan is also on the warpath. I hope Japan gains independence from the U.S. and nationalizes the BOJ, but war is bad. Please provide more information that you can tell us on how the war in Japan will play out to your expectations.
Well, Japan is saying now openly that they have to have their own nuclear weapons. And the reason why they're saying this is because the Khazarian mafia has been trying to get money from the Chinese by selling Japan to them. But Japan has always been an independent country, and they realize that they're going to have to fight for their own independence. But what's going to happen is that there's going to have to be some kind of negotiations because the situation that has existed since the end of World War II is no longer tenable. The Korean Peninsula needs to be united. Taiwan and China need to be reunited in a way that gives Taiwan real power in China. And All these artificial divisions getting the Asians to fight each other must be ended. So there will be big changes because the current structure is untenable, and I believe the Japanese government will become very friendly with North Korea in the new year. But there's not going to be any major war. I've talked to people in the societies, Asian secret societies. They say there may be some small fighting, but no all-out war. Next question.
Hi, Ben. There was no autopsy report or death certificate yet for Charlie Kirk, but it is seemingly illegal to fake a death certificate. Do you have, and what about that comments that Kash Patel made about seeing Charlie Kirk in Valhalla? Kash certainly isn't a Viking, and it turns out there is an island named Valhalla in St. George Island, Florida.
Look, the Charlie Kirk thing is just so fake that I've kind of tuned out because they're trying to keep our eyeballs on the show with Erica Turk and then these events, and they're trying to distract us. But as far as Kash Patel is concerned, he's clearly not been either compromised or replaced by a fake because he's now opposed to releasing the Trump files. Now he says that America's number one priority should be Israel. Uh, Kash Patel needs to be arrested, pure and simple, along with Pam Bondi. And it's going to have to be the people within the Justice Department, FBI, to do that. And they're legally entitled because they have broken the law and need to be arrested. That's what we need to do. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Any chance you can comment further on the sharp rise in prices of metals and what it means for fiat currencies and the global financial system? Also, do you concur with Rick Ware and others that the sharp rise in silver and platinum indicate shortages in physical metal and that the world is running out of these metals relative to demand? Do you see the US and other countries going digital or back to gold and silver standard, or somehow a combination of both?
Well, my understanding is that at the very highest levels of global finance, they don't accept money, they only accept precious metals. And what's happened is the West has run out of its own gold stocks. There are multiple reports that the vaults in Switzerland are empty. Fort Knox has only got gold-plated tungsten. Uh, and but the thing people need to understand is that um, there is lots and lots of gold. I was contacted by an Iranian source who said they just discovered. Again, I'm just telling you the number they told me. It's kind of mind-boggling, but 61 million tons of gold. But you see, most of the gold has been blacklisted by the Western financial system because if they monetize it, then they lose control over the international financial system. So most of that gold is blacklisted. So what's happening is the people who control the Western financial printing press have jacked up the price of gold that they accept in order to try to lure people into selling their jewelry and stuff, so they can have more gold to hand over to the Asians. But uh, you know, they're not going to get enough, so they're going to keep trying to jack up the price. And I don't think it's too late to buy gold. I think you should do it if you can. Same with silver and platinum and copper. Anything real. Basically, buy stuff that actually exists as soon as you can. Because some kind of financial black swan is going to happen for sure. Next question.
Hi, Ben. To say the Venezuela conflict for us is just to get their oil, in my opinion, is quite naive. We don't need their oil, but there is an embargo to keep them from sending it to China. The narco-terrorist, communist dictator, and his communist predecessor ruined the most prosperous Latin American country. They have turned it into a dangerous. Trump wants the people there to benefit from their vast oil reserves, in my opinion, and have a president fairly elected by the Venezuelan people. Also, Maduro is the head of all of the narcotic syndicates in the Americas. The deep state, CIA, China, I believe, are behind this. The trade includes gun running and human trafficking. Venezuela has also been a pivotal partner in computerized voting machine theft involving China, Cuba, Iran, and Serbia. They have been stealing elections in 72 countries, including ours, for about 20 years. What are your thoughts on this, and how would you remedy it?
Uh, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency and other actual U.S. agencies have long said that Venezuela is not involved in the drug trade. And right now, American oil companies are operating inside Venezuela. So I think a lot of what you just told me is some kind of fake story trying to distract people from the real problem. Okay? The elections in the West are being stolen not by Venezuela or Serbia, it's by Israel. Okay? And that's where you need to look. So I need to, actually personally go to Venezuela to see for myself, but I sincerely doubt, but I just don't know. I'd have to go there myself because there's so much fake information out there now. It's really hard to get to the truth, but I will try to find out more. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on the recent Epstein files that were apparently released in a PDF form and are now able to be unredacted? Do you think that this is a psyops in itself? In my opinion, there's no way the government that runs all sorts of psyopses around the world accidentally releases redacted files in a form that could be reversed and read. Or are you thinking that this could be white hat sabotage from the inside of the deep state?
Uh, it could just be sheer incompetence. It could also be white hat sabotage, but there is definitely an aspect of trying to distract us because they're saying they've got 1 million files. They're trying to overwhelm us and then arresting these people. And these files are still being hidden. But enough has come out that, and because it's coming from the Justice Department, that arrests can be made and they need to be made. And everybody who is in a position, if you're military police, FBI, any law enforcement agency, you need to take personal action and start arresting these people. Enough is enough. We need to end this horror show. And the real key is to take control of the money printing machine away from people like Jean-Michel de Rothschild and other hidden handlers, because that would end their show overnight. And that's what we're going to try to do in the new year. Okay, well, hope to see you next week and next year. Have a merry, happy New Year. I've ever seen in the English media sphere, including a lot of the so-called alternative media. The big thing, of course, was the so-called emergency speech made by Donald Trump on Wednesday. Tucker Carlson was told by a member of Congress that he was going to declare war. And before that, Trump posted that he was going to stop all the flows of Venezuelan oil. Before that, he said he was going to close Venezuelan airspace. Well, neither of these things happened because the military has figured out that the Trump, what we're seeing on our screens and in these White House press briefings, is not Donald Trump. He's a fake. He's not their commander-in-chief. And the proof is that he was unable to declare war, even though he had told members of Congress that is what he was going to do. This is a huge development. It shows that something big is going to happen. And of course, the real reason Trump was going to declare war is because he needed to use the War Emergencies Act to prevent the release of the Epstein files, which is due for December 20th. Well, we'll see if that happens. But when you actually listen to his speech, he talks about $18 trillion that he's gotten. Well, from his tariffs and from promises of investments. Well, in the 11 months, what actually happened is he got $236 billion in tariffs, which is basically a tax on American citizens. And that's not anywhere even a fraction of what they need to stop the United States from going bankrupt. We'll see what happens, but it's definitely looking very terminal for this fake show. But I think things are going to happen in the EU first because there is a full-blown revolution going on there that it once again is not going to be televised until it's really over. But the big thing that's going on in Europe now is that farmers across the continent are revolting because basically what's going on is the Khazarian mafia is trying to bankrupt farmers through various forms of legislation in order to seize their land. And the farmers have broken into EU headquarters, and they've shut down London, and they're protesting in Greece, France, everywhere. Watch these next 3 video clips to see how intense that is. Okay, you can see from the videos that the police are running away. They're unable to do anything about it. And in what I posted in my weekly report on Monday, you can see that the tanks that were sent in London to suppress the farmers actually sided with the farmers. So this is going to, get more intense. And already, again, this is not being reported in the West, but the government of Bulgaria has fallen because they were going to try to impose the euro on their citizens, and mass protests, put a kibosh on that. And another huge news item that is nowhere in the Western press is that Gerhard Schroeder, the former Prime Minister, Chancellor of Germany, went on German TV, and he said that in 2018, the current Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, was summoned to the 44th floor of Black Rock Tower, and he was told by Larry Fink that Germany had to stop buying cheap oil and gas from Russia and had to buy expensive oil and gas from America. The result is that German industry has fallen by 20% since 2018. And for example, Volkswagen just closed a factory that had been running for 88 years. They're destroying Germany, and they've reached a point where the Germans are in revolt. So this is happening everywhere, and it's not going to get better. They're not going to stay in power. Now, Ursula von der Leyen has already had most of her former colleagues arrested in the Ukrainian corruption scandal, and the dragnet is closing in on her. She's trying to steal Russian assets in order to prevent the bankruptcy of the EU, but the Russians have said they're going to go after anybody who does that. They've publicly said it, and I'm assuming they're going to, take physical action, although, the task reports talk about all legal means. And here's another clip I want you to watch. This is a Polish politician pulling down the EU flag, stepping on it, and burning it. This is revolution at work. This is something that is ongoing. What we're seeing is the collapse of a system of Babylonian debt slavery and the freedom of the Western people from slavery. And if you still don't understand that you are slaves, take a look at this clip about your birth certificate and your social security number, in case you didn't know this was true. Watching the end of a very ancient regime, and they're running out of tools. Like I say, they put in a fake Trump, but his actions, reveal that he is not the commander-in-chief who was elected by the American people to drain the swamp. He's a fake replacement. And they do that with all sorts of people. It's pretty clear, for example, that Kash Patel, who we're seeing on our screens, is not the Kash Patel who was promising a couple of years ago to release the Epstein files. Instead, they replaced him with a fake, and the rank and file are revolting. They're no longer being able to, you elect a leader to do something, and then he's replaced with somebody who does the opposite, and people are sick and tired of that. They're not going to allow it to continue. And the other thing that people need to understand is that the only thing that is stopping the European people from becoming Chinese Communist Party slaves is Russia. In China now, huge numbers of people are homeless because they have been cut out of the digital currency because their social credit score was too low. And now they're homeless, living on the streets. That's the sort of future they were going to impose on us unless we do something about them. And here's some news that it's an exclusive to this podcast, which is, and it's huge as far as I'm concerned, Russian troops are fighting Chinese troops in Thailand and Cambodia. Uh, I was looking at, I was trying to figure out what was going on with these clashes between Cambodia and Thailand. It just didn't make sense. And so I asked some Thai royals and some military intelligence in the region. And what they say is what's happening is China is trying to take over Cambodia and build a big deep water port there. And the Russians are trying to stop them. The Russians have made an alliance with all the countries around China. So North Korea, Mongolia, India, Vietnam, etc., and now apparently Thailand, so that they all agree that it will ally and fight together to prevent Chinese expansionism. And the only force that is able to militarily prevent China from moving all the way to Spain is Russia. So these idiots in the so-called coalition of the willing, who are still trying to destroy Russia, are the enemies of the European people. And let's make it clear, there's a few people we need to get rid of in order to finish this nightmare that we're all going through. These are, of course, Larry Fink, Bill Gates, the fake Trump, Ursula von der Leyen, Keir Starmer of the UK, Friedrich Merz of Germany, and then, of course, Jean-Michel de Rothschild, who's cross-dressing and pretending to be Brigitte Macron. The usual suspects. We need to round these people up and make them face charges, war crimes charges. And these are worse war crimes, I would say, than even World War II. And we also, need to make sure they don't get away with replacing leaders with fakes anymore. And these are not clones, okay? They're people who are selected because they look similar. They're given plastic surgery. They're trained to mimic, and then they use computer graphics, and they can be identified through DNA testing. So we also need to make sure that the fake King Charles is removed, and most importantly, we need to take away control of their magic money printing machine, because that's the source of their power. I'm just going to check my notes to see if I have something I missed. Oh yeah, another huge news item that is not being reported by Drudge or anywhere else is the massive flooding in the northwest of the United States. 3 states are completely underwater. This appears to be some sort of weather warfare attack. I'm going to try to find out what the motives are, but it's clearly not a natural event. Take a look at this video to see. A major turning point. People are waking up en masse, and especially in the military and the intelligence community, understand that Western civilization will collapse unless we throw out these Khazarian mafia criminals. And of course, that means Benjamin Netanyahu has to go, and we need to get the Egyptian military and the Turkish military to move into Israel and clean up that nest and restore the nation state of Judea, which will be multicultural and multinational. Another thing I'd like to point out is I didn't want to celebrate Hanukkah because that is a holiday that actually represents the mass murder of assimilated Jews, and I do not go along with this. However, I do wish to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. And people need to understand that the Bible does not say when Jesus Christ was born. So what they did was they took the old solar New Year and replaced it with Jesus Christ. But the fact is that in the Northern Hemisphere, the sun keeps setting further north every day until the 21st of December. And then for 3 days, it appears to set in the same place. And then on December 25th, it starts to move south again. The days start getting longer. So this is a solar New Year. We all live under the same sun, and I think we can all celebrate this holiday, even if you're not Christian. So Merry Christmas and Happy Solar New Year to everybody. And I hope to see you again next week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. After watching Trump's December 17th televised address, many people expected something more consequential, but instead saw a tightly scripted, humorless, and usually self-focused delivery that felt more like an imitation of Trump than his typical presence. Some viewers even noted inconsistencies in physical cues such as height and presence, which led to speculate about whether the speaker was actually Trump or possibly a stand-in. At the same time, this address coincided with the renewed signaling around the election case and a period of extreme weather events across the country. From your perspective, do you see any legitimacy in the speculation about the authenticity of the appearance, or in the idea that the timing and tone of the speech surrounding the events were part of a coordinated narrative or psychological operation?
As I mentioned in my talk, the Khazarian mafia was hoping to use their bought and paid Congress and their fake Trump, and he's obviously fake. Just use your own eyes. Compare the different pictures. Look at the height. They were hoping to fool the military into declaring war in order to prevent themselves from being arrested for war crimes, and it failed. So he was not able to declare war, which was the plan. Instead, he repeated these lies about $18 trillion. And by the way, as an example of these lies, okay, he came to Japan and said he's going to get $550 billion. Well, 3 months later or 2 months later, he's got exactly zero. The same thing with South Korea. So he's not getting, the world is not going to invest $18 trillion in this crime syndicate. They want to pull the plug on them. And their fake Trump is no longer fooling very many people. This whole thing is coming to a crash. And that speech, I think, was a sign of that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Have there been any significant political or security developments unfolding in South Africa that have not been adequately covered in mainstream reporting?
Well, I don't know about South Africa, but the big thing in Africa is that they have cut themselves off from the Western financial system. Muammar Gaddafi of Libya was the first, because he tried to do this by having a gold-backed African currency to get away from the U.S. dollar and the Khazarian mafia financial system. Well, now they've done it. They've announced their own financial system, and that means Africa is no longer going to be raped for its resources. And I don't normally give investment advice, but I'd say getting in Africa now would be like getting in on ground zero in China back in the day, and I'd highly recommend it. But of course, due diligence, as always, is required. Next question.
And with the newly passed U.S. Defense Authorization Bill including limiting funding for Ukraine, which was far less than previous levels, how do you assess the sustainability of Western support for Ukraine and the likely long-term outcome of the war?
Well, the Ukraine war was a genocide against the Ukrainian people. The idea was to remove the Russian and other peoples from the Ukraine and make a new homeland for the Ashkenazi Jews, the revival of the Khazarian Empire. So, for example, Wagner, remember all these reports about Ukraine fighting Wagner? Well, it was the same people. Zelensky and Wagner worked together. Zelensky would grab Ukrainian men off the streets, they'd send them to a certain area, and then they'd tell Wagner where they were, and Wagner would kill them with artillery. So this was always about a mass bribery campaign, using money that was supposed to go to Ukraine to bribe politicians in the West, as well as a genocide against the Ukrainian people. And it was not, but it was also an attempt to destroy Russia. The whole thing is blowing up in their faces, and they're not going to get away with this. They're going to face war crimes trials. The whole thing is ending. And Zelensky, he's not there. He's just a TV thing in the West. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The Donald Trump administration has just ordered a naval blockade on sanctioned oil tankers entering or leaving Venezuela. Given this, do you think this move signals a real shift in global oil geopolitics, or is it merely a bluff tied to election case pressure?
Well, he was trying to start a war with Venezuela, but the Russians and the Chinese read the Riot Act to the American military, and the American military are now working with the Russians and the Chinese. So no, it failed. Okay, it was an attempt to avoid bankruptcy by stealing Venezuelan oil, as well as an attempt to avoid Epstein file release by declaring war, and it's failing. It's failed. Next question.
Ivan, we have our last question for today. With the European Union facing increasing internal strain from farmers' protests, rising energy costs, growing resistance to climate regulations, and the continued decentralization of power in Brussels despite national pushback, do you see the EU entering a phase of managed decline? And do you believe this is actually steering that process behind the scenes? Or who do you believe is steering the process?
I don't think it's going to be managed decline. I think these people are going to fight, to the end, because they know that they're actual Nazis and they know they're going to face war crimes. So I didn't post a clip, but I was sent one of Ursula von der Leyen saying she's going to stay in the EU headquarters until they got money for Ukraine. Well, they're not going to get that money, so hopefully she'll stay in there until she's arrested. But I think.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So like I do every year, I'm going to do psychic and remote viewing insights for this coming year. So one caveat to this is that consciousness has expanded to the point where I've been waiting for it to do for most of my, I'd say I've been involved in remote viewing and tapping into intuition, psychic capabilities for definitely more than 2 decades, right? So probably closer to 3 decades. So with this ability, I knew that eventually at some point that more and more people would awaken to these abilities and it would start to change the outcome of the earth. Now, as you're in this consciousness state, many of us can start to change reality to a certain extent. And I've shown you guys how to do that over the last couple of decades, at least, by using your consciousness to move weather or, change realities and so forth, not only in your local environment, but for a larger scale as well. I've had groups where we've gone in and stopped tsunamis that were coming and all kinds of crazy stuff. Calmed earthquakes, calm hurricanes, moved hurricanes. All these things are capable with consciousness. And as more of us awaken to it, as I'm seeing now on a scale that I've never seen before, it's very encouraging. It's a little bit harder to predict because if, things are coming that are negative, we can change that outcome, right? And more people are starting to see that. So it's becoming very, very good. So Happy New Year to everyone. And let's jump into some of the things I've been seeing. So economically, silver, right? So silver is going to transform into an economic engine in and of itself. It's going to, scale very rapidly to higher levels. You'll see silver, I believe, very rapidly move into the $100 range the early part of this year. So this month, I see possibility of $112 to $120, right, for silver. And then it's going to pull back a little bit, and then it's going to advance, because this is what silver does. This is what all of the precious metals do. This will be pretty much what we're going to see going forward. Now, one indicator, you guys know that I've been talking about silver like this for, several years now, and it's really starting to, catch very, very significantly, kind of like consciousness, like I talked about. If you look at Melania, now we know Melania's dresses are like semaphore flags, right? We've talked about this quite a bit. So Melania at Mar-a-Lago last night stole the show with her silver gown, right? She's always stunning no matter what she wears. She's worn a potato sack just to mess with the people that are out there that diss her. So she's worn a potato sack and looked fabulous in it. So here she is wearing a silver dress. So it's basically telegraphing, that silver, I believe, is going to really outperform. It's going to be, like I said, an economic engine. I think that America does have a lot of silver that has been, quietly holding in the background. Lots of gold as well, and she is very hot first lady, and she's great. Great inspiration for everyone, right? So, and of course they continually try and tear her down, but that's the way the deep state bubbas are. So, some people listen to that. Some of us are like, that's dumb. No, so she's totally amazing woman. So, and she's coming out. I guess she's coming out with a new movie, so that should be fun. Looks like it's fun just from the previews of it. So that's going to be good. So silver, the miners are going to do exceptionally well. And you should have silver on hand and other precious metals if you can, just as balance out your portfolio, and you should have them if you can, with a very reputable person. Like I've used Kirk Elliott for several years now. I've never seen anyone that's better, right? Approach me and so forth with different, ways of, promoting it and so forth. He is the best by far, in my opinion. I will stay with him till the end. So I have a lot of silver invested with him, and I know a lot of people invested early on when I started, recommending you invest, and their portfolios are exceptionally, and I mean, we're talking big digits, right? And those big digits are going to multiply very rapidly next year and into the next year after that, right? So the next couple of years is going to be a very, very fast acceleration in the price of silver, is what I'm seeing. So I'm looking at 250 for mid-year this year. I got to stop saying next year because we're in that next year. And then by the end of the year, and I could be off on these, I could be lowballing some of these numbers, but I believe that 500 by the end of this year, 2026, right? And then into next year, we'll see $1,200 silver towards the end of next year, not this year, but next year. All right, so 2 years out, approximately, we'll see the $1,200 range. Now, I'll pull up something where it's being telegraphed that it's coming. I did a show with Dr. Kirk Elliott. I think it was yesterday or the day before. It was Wednesday. Yeah, so day before. Yeah, yesterday. No, day before. Whatever it was. All right, so I think it was yesterday. So we talked about how, Dr. Kirk Elliott was very, I would say, conservative in the early stages. I was like, yeah, 3 digits, well into the 3 digits, and he was like, just, and then he said on a show that we did one time, he brought up the debt clock. And if you go look at the debtclock.org today, it always has this one little thing that it, highlights. It's a secret window, and you can close this secret window or you can open it. But when you go to the debtclock.org, and I'll share the screen so you can see what it looks like. Ta-da! Right. So if you go back to 1913, the dollar to silver ratio was 266 per ounce. And if you use that same, without the inflation numbers, if you use that same dollar to silver ratio back then, today, just taking out the inflation that of course, the Federal Reserve brought in, which is, I think, is really going to start to be minimized to a great extent this year. We're going to see, like I've been predicting, $1,200 silver. So there it is, right there. and that's just taking the dollar and bringing it back to the levels that it was back in 1913. I believe we're going to see that, and it's going to begin probably this year, and that's one of the things that's going to accelerate it to the $1,200 range, right? That and plus, of course, the demand for silver is really going, super high level. All right, so let's close that window, and you can see here that also gold is going to go to a very high level as well. Right, we'll see this month probably $5,000, $5,200 gold. So we'll see silver skyrocket to over $100, and we'll see gold also accelerate very quickly this month because it's been going sideways, and now it's time for it to move. All right. So one thing that I have seen about the silver price and gold price accelerate very quickly is that, and it's been bugging me. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I think they're going to pull the plug on something. It could be the stock market. All right, so we may see the stock market go down. We haven't seen a Santa Claus rally this year. I've been disappointed, but silver's gone up, so we saw a Santa Claus rally in silver, but everything else has gone down. Crypto, all the stocks, the Magnificent Seven, Apple and Google and Tesla, all of them have gone down, and they're at a point where they're either going to accelerate high, same with crypto, or they're going to collapse, right? So one or the other, right? So they're set up for either a very significant collapse or a very significant upside. So I don't know. We'll see. What happens. You have to watch these things. Unfortunately, it's not something that I look at these things, and the manipulators are still very much in charge of the stock market. So you can't really predict so much because they'll jack it up, and if everybody's leaning a certain way, they'll jack it the other way and make super profits on it. So it could go either way. And I predicted that it would go much higher before it collapses. So I think this quarter is a very good possibility that we'll see the stock market do a very significant go down size. And if it does go significantly lower, which I think they would do that because we know that, and they'll just crash the whole aircraft to take out one person or train or whatever. So just to keep silver low, because it's crushing them right now. We're probably going to see some bank failures coming. So to possibly turn that around, they'll just sacrifice the stock market, and that'll drive down initially the price of silver and gold, because it'll be an everything collapse market at that point. Crypto will collapse very significantly, of course, with the stock market, and gold and silver will get a pretty good pullback too. But eventually, silver and gold will go higher this year, regardless of when, how much the stock market collapses. I think the stock market will collapse 80 to 90%. Right? Not all stocks, but overall, like we saw, and I predicted this very. I said that we would see this number, and it went almost exactly to that point. So 80 to 90% to its high. When you look at the high of the stock market, S&P, Dow, and NASDAQ, it has tried to breach that high over the last several weeks, but it's fallen short. So that's depending on which of the markets you look at. A 3 and no upsides surprise is like, that's not good. Usually that means you built a bear flag and you're going to go down. So we'll see. Like I said, it's excuse me, completely manipulated market. So you can't completely. I can't completely predict when that's going to be. I have been able in the past, but the baddies have really manipulated and jacksawed this market to a level that's I've never seen before ever. Right, and I've been investing well before 2000 in the stock market and so forth. So it is, and I saw the stock market crash, .com crash, and I was like, wow. And I'd been investing like I think 1900 no 19 80s early 80s I think is when I first started investing. Charles Schwab, I had to go down to the Charles Schwab office and put in trades, and I could call them and like move trades around after I established myself. And then online banking finally came, and I was with E-Trade, and now I'm with Robinhood. So there's lots of different organizations out there. Robinhood, I like Robinhood because it's basically everything. I can do crypto, I can do futures, I can do shorts, I can do puts, like option, everything. So it's worked out really good for me. And so I'm waiting one way or the other for this market to move. Right. So miners is another opportunity. I would say invest in miners. Any pullback, put more into the miners. SIL, which is silver, SILJ, junior silvers, GDX, which is gold. I haven't done it yet, but I think in this coming week, depending on which way the market goes, I'm going to do GDXJ, which is gold junior miners, which actually has been performing better than the senior miners, which is the opposite. On the its value is higher on the silver, but the juniors of silver and gold are really outpacing. So I think we're going to see the miners, because everybody knows that you need that product, and it's going to be long term, where both of those, all the mines. So I'm also invested in platinum mines as well, miners. Now the SILJ just paid a dividend. So all the stocks that I have just got 55, 5554 cents to every share. So I got a nice payout just by owning the shares. And of course I reinvested that, but it was pretty significant payout. So very nice surprise. So that's another option for you. As the economy, stocks, and so forth go down, you want to invest in dividend-paying stocks. That's if you're always going to get the dividend. I think Microsoft does that, so a lot of people are in Microsoft, and so dividends will be good. But in the future, a lot of these stocks, like I said, are going to go down. So what is going to put you in a position where you're going to be able to benefit from that is going to be positions in silver, right? So silver will go up significantly, and then you can transfer that newfound wealth into some of the housing, which will also collapse, all right? So a lot of you guys are probably seeing the housing prices have already collapsed. That's really good for a lot of people that want to buy homes. I would not buy a home at this point. I would wait into the middle of next year. I've seen the prices in all the areas that I've been in, Florida, the Tampa area, and then here in Lake Tahoe. A lot of the homes are down 50% from their highs, right? So in 2023, you can see where everybody's starting to jack their prices of their homes up massively, and people bought that, right? They're holding something that's going to lose value over long term. But some people, came in, after having bought during the early 2000s and 2007 or 8, and got a good deal when the housing prices collapsed during that time frame, and sold, sometimes double in the 2021 to 2023 housing explosion in price, ridiculous prices, ridiculous. I hope no one out there bought during that time frame, But if you did, you're going to be holding bag for a long time, and or you're going to take a loss, right? So and it's going to go down again, just like the stock market, 80-90%. Already gone down, like I said, in some areas 50%. That I'm looking at. Not every home, but a lot of the homes where they prices up, I'm like, what are you thinking about, right? Uh, $15 million homes that back in 2008, 2009 were like $1 million homes. It's like, dude, and they're not dropping the price; they're holding the bag, right? And these are old homes, like 1980 homes. Why would you? Why would I want to buy a home? You know, it's that old, 45, 46 years old, for that kind of price. Stupid, right? So, location, of course, but you need to buy smart going forward, guys. So I will wait into next year, and if you do have silver invested, which I know a lot of you guys have, and I've talked to some of you about this, and you do have plans like I do to start investing in real estate with your wealth. Now, if you pull wealth from your silver, just keep reinvesting. You know, as you go forward. Uh, just dollar cost average into silver, like I'm doing with the miners now. So I have significant, silver coin, or not coin, but uh, silver weight, right? Like thousands and thousands of lots of silver, right? Tens of thousands of ounces of silver. So, and that's in storage. So at some point, I'll pull some of that profit and put it into real estate, which is back to normal, or an incredible bargain. That will turn around, right? It won't turn around in a year or two. It'll take years before it turns around. So I intend to buy homes. I intend to buy farmland and so forth, because I think that will be something that will dramatically go up in the long-term future. So now, with the housing and stock market crash, you will also see crypto crash, and this is normal for crypto. Crypto pulls back significantly. It basically does its halving, and before the halving, you get in, and then there's a halving, and then it takes a little time, and then it rockets. Then you sell, and then you wait for it to go down, right? It's stupid easy with crypto, but a lot of you guys just hodl it, right? And that's, you can. Why not? If you've taken your crypto out like I recommended, and put it in silver, your crypto winnings, and a lot of great crypto earnings and winnings this last year into this year. Then you could have put that in silver, and silver has been up 180%, and crypto is down like 15-16%. So you gotta get smart about moving your money around. Long term would be silver, like we've talked about. If that's all you're going to do, don't be in the stock market, don't be buying houses, and don't be buying crypto. You should be in silver. Duh. Right? So Melania just told you. Right? So get in silver. Hello. All right. So Fed squeeze, IRS squeeze. I see both of those organizations basically being squeezed slowly out of existence, right, this year. And their ability to go after people is diminishing. The Fed. Now, I would be surprised if they raise rates again, because I think that's part of their plan to collapse the economy because they don't like Trump. But if they do, lower rates, then we could see the stock market continue to go up, right? If they don't cut rates, then that's probably crash material, right? So keep your eye on that. We'll see, what kind of game they play with the rates. This Fed needs to completely go away. There no more federal government than Federal Express is, right? So they're a criminal organization and they need to be dealt with. But for the meantime, because they've wormed their way in and they have a lot of people that they've manipulated over time. See that squirrel running back there? There he goes again. Is that a squirrel or is that like a rabbit? Rabbit? You rascally rabbit. But we're going to see that thing go away eventually. Its demise is going to be happening, or not complete demise, completely go away, but its ability to do things to the economy are going to start to be substantially reduced. Now, President Trump has a guy that's going to go in there, I believe, is going to continually reduce rates, but he's not going to get in there for a few months. So these guys may still jack us around, try and collapse the economy because they know their days are numbered, and they would rather burn the house down, burn all of us down, because their days are numbered. And that's just the way we have to be very careful with these people as we're removing them, from their particular places where they've been, maximizing their control over the American economy and the world. All right, CIA, FBI also, we've already seen FBI, squeezed. And I think that process is going to continue. I think the CIA is going to be squeezed this year. A lot of organizations will probably be squeezed out. Personnel that they have are going to be start to be eliminated, just like we're seeing with the FBI. So I think we're going to start to see that process with the CIA as well. All right, so Democrat. There'll be a collapse of the Democrat Party, like I've been predicting. It's already started. People are not going to like the Democrat Party a lot. They're gonna not like them a lot, right? So as time continues to go forward, and it's going to quickly accelerate this year, the fraud and abuse that they've been involved in is going to be exposed on a level that's going to be just absolutely phenomenal, and it'll stun Americans and the world. All right, so the fraud, what we're seeing with Tim Walz is a tip of the iceberg, right? So this fraud is going to start to really accelerate the exposure of it, and more states, more and more citizens will get involved in exposing that fraud. Citizens that have been kept quiet through fear, intimidation, and so forth. That fear and intimidation is collapsing, and that's one of the reasons why consciousness and our ability to, push ourselves into a much better world is happening, because less and less people are in fear. Right, so fear is their way to keep us out of manifesting the world that we want. So as long as they can keep us in fear, anger, anxiety, and so forth, they're able to manipulate the world for their reality that they want, right? So they're losing that grip, and that is what we're seeing. It's not so much that, they're being taken out of power and so forth, but of course that's happening, but it's because of their inability to manipulate our consciousness and use our loosh, our energy, to formulate the reality that they desire. So we're taking that away from them. So that is the key that you need to focus on. When you feel yourself going into anger or fear or anything like that, know that you're basically giving them power and you're creating the world that they want. All right. So that's another reason to be in that, peaceful, meditative, love vibrational state of consciousness. And a lot of you say, how can I exist in that? It's like, I can tell you that I've been in combat zones, and when I go into that state of consciousness, I'm exceptionally effective. All right. So that's where more and more of you are starting to see yourselves. And that's the thing that really, scares them, because then they can't manipulate and control us. And they can't do their little, false flag events. And we're like, oh, false flag event, that's stupid, whatever. All right. So it's just like, what? That's nothing. that's all you guys got now? It is. That's about all they got. So military, I believe, is going to be activated. There will be fair elections. President Trump is going to, do a emergency declaration for fair elections, for election fraud, and this is going to get exposed. And then we'll move into his making that call. We saw yesterday where President Trump has said that he's going to pull the National Guard from Chicago, Illinois, and Portland. All right. Chicago, L.A., and Portland, and he basically telegraphed they'll be back. He outright said that they'll be back. You would think that the Democrat, incompetent idiots that are mayors and governors of those states would have loved because their crime rates are down and the problems they had, but they don't want to admit. They would rather their cities, their states collapse, and that's kind of the intention anyway. But they would rather it collapse than giving President Trump and the White Hats and those of us that are higher consciousness that desire that outcome. They would rather it collapse and go into chaos, which is where it's headed. So President Trump will have to send back the military into those types of cities going forward this year. All right. So it will be probably some kind of military directive. Of course, it's not going to be across the country. Some states, some cities are well maintained. There's no problems in them. That's not going to happen everywhere. The citizens, good mayors, which is unfortunately rare. Unfortunately rare in almost all major cities. Virtually all major cities are Democrat. I put that up before. I've showed everybody, and you can look that up for yourself. You do the critical thinking aspect of that for yourself. Ask, all the major cities of the U.S. Which are Democrat and then which are Republican. And sometimes it doesn't matter if it's a Republican, because we saw that in Miami. Miami mayor was a friggin' rhino beyond belief. So it doesn't really matter. You look at what's going on in the city, and if the city is having some problems, or you can anticipate problems happening in those cities, like I do for Miami, then you're going to see very corrupt people in those positions, which we just saw a Democrat. Everybody was surprised. There was elected mayor of Miami. Duh. All right. So until we get fair elections, which is what President Trump is going to do for the 2026 election, there will be a red wave. Now, a lot of people anticipated and talked about red waves for the last several cycles. I said, nope, there's not going to be a red wave. Nope, it's not. 2018, even President Trump said, if we don't get control of our election process, we're not going to have a red wave. And sure enough, we didn't have one in 2018. In fact, I think we lost the House, and I don't know if we lost the Senate, but we had when President Trump came in his first term, just like now, he had control of both houses and the presidency. So everything was covered. So now we have that again. If elections were to continue the way they have, then he would and will, if it doesn't change, lose definitely the House and very potentially the Senate. So with the federal troops coming out and making sure there's fair election, we will see a red wave finally on a massive scale. And it will happen across the country, across everything, mayors, governors, and so forth, across the board. It won't completely take out Democrats, so it's going to be a process as well, just like the CIA slowly squeeze out of existence, the FBI squeeze out of existence into something new, and the Fed and the IRS all squeezed out eventually, guys. All right, before Trump is completely out of office, all of those will be squeezed into something different. All right, so it's a process. It takes time. You can't just come in and like you come into a haunted house. You're like, okay, We're just going to put in some nice lights, and we're going to sing Kumbaya. It's going to be fine. No, you're going to have to like probably tear a lot of stuff out of the house, and probably the best thing is just like collapse the whole thing and rebuild. Right. So that's what we're going to see with a lot of these institutions. Democrat Party being one of them. Republican Party will see a big change, I believe, in the political system as well. It's not just the Democrats, it's Republicans as well. Republicans are almost as worthless as Democrats, in some cases more worthless. But we'll see a turnaround in the entire political machine. People like myself, if I wanted to run for office, I would have the opportunity, if I had a good, I'm going to do this, I have this team, and we're going to do this. I wouldn't have to have a lot of money. They would give money to anyone instead of GOP, only GOP or only a Democrat Party, and then they manipulate who is going to go to the top. Like imagine if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz had won the election. Oh my God, what we've been a hell country now. It's already a hell country, but it would have been, probably God would have completely turned his back. We'd probably have earthquakes all over the place and tsunamis and volcanoes going off everywhere. So it's like, and people running for their lives for, all the criminals that would be running through the streets. So we definitely turned things around just with the election and the new elections that's coming in 2026. I believe are going to be very significant towards the Republican Party. Very significant. So I didn't, like I said, I called that 2018 wouldn't be good. I saw 2018. I didn't believe that there was no way that Trump would step aside, even if they cheated him out of it. But I didn't see we were going to have a red wave. We didn't. In fact, we had a big blue wave. And then 2024, I was like, we're not going to have another red wave again, but President Trump's going to be elected. I said that, and he was. So in 2026, this year, we're going to have a red wave finally. All right, significant. Military activated tribunals coming this year. All right, so when this happens, I think it happens before July. Well, before July, because we're going to have a, what is it, 200, 300 year celebration, whatever it is. It's going to be, we got to have everything online to celebrate. So one of those is going to have to be this judicial system, which is a scourge to the nation, a complete scourge, and it needs to be cleaned up. The only conceivable possible way that the judicial system gets cleaned up is through the military. All right. So somehow, some way, Trump is going to activate the military, and the military will come in, clean up the judicial system, start to come after a lot of the corruption across the country, judges, political types, Democrat, Republican, I don't care. They're going to get cleaned up. Now, all right, so the Ukraine-Russia war will continue. Russia, I believe, takes Odessa somewhere in the middle of this year, maybe a little bit later. Sumy, Kherson, Kharkiv, and they push the border deeper, all along their border with Ukraine. They push deeper. So the war continues probably for another year or two, from what I'm seeing. So one of my predictions from last year was that we're going to have a lot of earthquakes and so forth. And major earthquakes. We had a major earthquake, 8.8. We had a tsunami, like I predicted. We've had volcanoes that are like over the top. I saw somewhere, and I'll try and pull it up, but there's more earthquake activity that has happened this year than in all the times that we've been, doing marking it. All right. So doing logs about when it happened. So whatever that is. So as long as we've been keeping records. So we're going to see these earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanoes act up much, much greater this year, right? The Earth is going through changes just like we are. I don't think that the bad guys are going to really have as much impact as they have in the past. Uh, Most of the earthquakes and so forth that we're going to see is just an energy that's coming from the sun, electrical energies and so forth. The Earth is, like, as it going through changes, we're going through changes. So our, uh, you know, biological electrical energy fields are getting ramped up. Uh, the energy fields of the Earth gets ramped up. So areas that have low or very bad negative vibration will be affected, I believe, going forward. Um, and I think that's going to be one of the things we'll start to see. I've seen this for a long time. I pointed it out. Areas that were very dirty, that have basically had given the Earth Mother a bad deal, and had disrupted and done some very bad stuff. They basically had hurricanes and earthquake activity and volcanic activity and so forth. So this earth change activity is going to increase on a level that's uh, never been seen before here on Earth, right? And at least in our known existence. So very, very significant earth change activity this year. Of course, we can look in the past and we can see massive, tsunamis and massive earthquakes splitting the earth and tearing continents apart. We're not going to see it on that level, but we are going to see earth change activity that has rarely been recorded in human history. So very, very intense. Now, Iran, like I said, the Islamists would collapse. I said this a couple, 2, 3 months ago, and I said that Pahlavi would come back as a king. It wouldn't be the same as it was before. The people in Iran would be, accepted. Now we've already seen. I think Israel will be more accepted this year as well. Israel's gotten a bad name because they've basically had to go in and hammer, the bad guys who were, underneath the sands, in, the certain areas of Palestine, and of course, there's atrocities. Atrocities happen in every war. Hello, right? I've seen them, and so they've gotten a lot of negative press on that. Some of it very, very deserving. I wish that some of the stuff that I'd seen had gotten more press, but it didn't. All right, so it was suppressed. So it's good that this negative press has come out. Hopefully, people get held accountable. Rarely, unfortunately, during these military operations, does anybody get held accountable. We saw that happen in the Vietnam War. I think it was a My Lai massacre where a group of soldiers went in and just massacred the civilians in a village, and that got press, and they were held accountable. But I've seen atrocities, and like I said, they unfortunately rarely, on both sides, rarely get reported. So yes, the Israelis, the military, has done atrocities, right? But they're trying to extinguish, and they've done a very good job of a very a group that's even more atrocious, right? So war is very evil, it's very bad, but sometimes it has to happen. So I think that Israel will get better press. I don't have any dog in this fight, so don't think that, oh, Mike, you turned. No, I don't care. I don't care. All right. A good prevails, which I think is going to happen in Israel. But I'm not caring about all of the crazy rhetoric that's going on about, Trump being manipulated by Israel. That's complete stupid bullshit, right? So I think that gets revealed. Israel is actually backing the Iranian people, right? They want them. So you don't see any airstrikes going on right now, do you? No. But if and I think they knew this, if the Islamists had tried, and they were already barely holding on, and they have been barely holding on for the last several years by a very thin thread, right? So it was just a matter of time before they collapsed. So now we're seeing that collapse is happening very quickly, and we'll see the king come back to Iran, and the Iranian people will rejoice. They'll still have cleaning up to do, just like here in America, we will have a lot of cleaning up to do. Our judges, our politicians, the bad side of the military, so forth. Still, there's going to be a lot of cleaning up that's going to happen around the world. Now in Europe, I see that many of the rulers that are in place in Europe will be replaced, right? And we'll see more and more good people take their positions. Around the world, we're going to see election fraud begin to unravel and stop. And then you'll see merit-based people start to move into a lot of these political positions around the world, which is very positive. Illegal immigrants, Islamists, and so forth are going to be pushed out of America. They're going to be pushed out of Europe. They'll go where they're going to go, back to their countries, where they'll basically their scale of economy, their scale of helping their people doesn't work unless they can sabotage other people, or in a communist system. I've been around the world. I've seen Islamist countries that don't work, right? So unless they're secular, more middle of the road, and I think even the places that are more secular are going to start to push out their radical Islam communities, like in Turkey, in Oman, in Saudi Arabia. And so Saudi Arabia has already done a really good job of that. But we'll continue to see around the Middle East, the Islamists are going to get pushed out. And we'll see those countries start to prosper. Of course, they'll still have problems, just like we still have problems to overcome. But eventually, we're going to see a much better world going forward. Now, as far as the U.S. going to war, I do not see war at all for the U.S. Right? There is not going to be any war. Right? A lot of people are going to play that, just like they played that North Korea was going to shoot nuclear missiles at us, and everybody was scared. I was like, don't worry, because I was working on Kim Jong-un. And Kim Jong-un basically, once he turned, which I saw, and he's the only one that ever turned, Kim Jong-un, the only one that ever turned to the light. And that's when Donald Trump walked across the border and met him, the first American president to do that. So probably North Korea will join South Korea at some point. I don't know if it's going to be this year. A lot of people have been predicting this for a long time, myself included. Will this be the year? It's going to be a stronger potential than ever before. Now, what has to happen? There has to be a collapse in China of their deep state, right? Which is happening. They're like Iran, in my opinion. They're holding on by a sliver, right? So soon they will collapse. It could be this year, but they will collapse within the next couple of years at the latest, right? So that's pretty much my predictions for this year. Of course, I do predictions constantly, right? And I will update these. We'll see. I think in the next couple of weeks, the King Pahlavi basically come back to Iran. But of course, it has to be safe before he goes back there. The people have to have pretty much control, and that's rapidly moving in their direction. They're taking down a lot of the places that were ruling over them. They've seized military bases at this time, so that means they have weapons. They're going to have to be very careful going forward. All of their population will need to protect their homes. The men have done a great job. They'll come out even stronger. The women have done a great job. They'll protect the families. the children going forward. So a little bit rough over the probably next few months or so while everything gets cleaned up. These baddies have a way of coming back and doing nasty things. So we could potentially see, over the next several months and year, some very, black flag events or whatever happen in Iran. Of course, we'll see them throughout Europe, and false flags, black flags, red flags, yellow flags, you name the flag, they're going to be happening as the deep state basically loses control and continually tries to exert themselves, create fear, loosh the people, use that loosh to gain power again. And remember, that is the thing that gives them the power, the fear and the anger and the unknowing. So if you're peaceful, and you can be peaceful and kick some ass. Right? I'm a good example, right? So don't think that doesn't have a great bearing on things going forward. So stay in that love vibration. Stay peaceful. Meditate on sending love to the people that we know are bad, like Gavin Newsom, the mayor. The mayors of a lot of the cities throughout California, the governors of Washington and Oregon, and especially the governor of Colorado. Wow, super bad guy. So I've been working on a lot of those guys, and also the governor of Illinois and the governor of New York. So those are the ones that I'm basically focused on. Keep sending them love like I do. It will have a masterful effect on them. They'll be reduced in power. The energies that are surrounding them, the negative, demonic, reptilian energies that basically, are empowering them, will be unable to maintain their power within them and exert any kind of control. So that's what I've done with a lot. That's what I've done with everyone that I've eliminated out of power. Biden, Kamala, all of them, Hillary Clinton, all of them, guys. All the terrorists I worked on, all gone. Right? Like I talked about Kim Jong-un, the only one that didn't go to the dark side, and that took a lot of work. Right? Took a lot of angelics coming in helping out. So the angelics are helping me out with these knuckleheaded baddies too. But your love, sending your love to them, and you don't have to love them like you do your wife or your child, guys. It's God's love. It's unconditional. So just send them unconditional love. Just think love, send them love. Right? It's that easy. Come on, you can do it. I don't know if I. Geez, I hear that so much, but I think we're turning that corner. So try it, and you'll see it's going to work. All right, guys. We're moving into a fantastic new Earth, and there's going to be some massive changes. This is to be expected because there's been massive control and force and negative energies here on the Earth for thousands of years. So overcoming them in a very short period of time, which we're doing, is going to cause some ripples, massive ripples. But just be able to ride those waves and stay in that love frequency, and it'll be a lot easier. All right. We'll see you guys next time.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. We have Dr. Kirk Elliott back with us to talk about the silver markets and the precious metal markets overall. Thanks for joining us again, Dr. Elliott. And what are your thoughts on what's going on?
I mean, literally some of the most exciting and volatile times like that we're seeing. But let's go back to last week. So Christmas. So on Christmas, again, like what happened on Thanksgiving, markets were closed and COMEX decided, there's a cooling tower issue. We're going to halt trading, right? So on Christmas, you look at the volume of silver that was traded. Very low volume, very few participants. because when somebody wants to do something, you like do something with the prices, you do it on a day where there's not much volume because it doesn't take an awful lot to make something happen, right? So you're looking at what happened, and literally silver had jumped from 72, I think, to 75 to 85. It's like literally it shot through the roof. And then all of a sudden, in 70 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes, it came down 11%. It was like all the way down to 75 again. And it's like, what is going on? Right. So you look at this and you think, okay, somebody's playing games with something, because that's an extreme day, like nothing we've ever seen. And you look at the financial news media, it's like, oh, the bull market's over, it's done. This is excessive. This is the pullback. No, it's not. You know how I know that this isn't the end of a bull market, but it was just a day of somebody doing something, some funny business, is because of supply and demand. You have low supply, high demand, prices will always go up. That didn't change. So when you see days like this, I view it as a buying opportunity. Well, here's the thing. You know who viewed it as a buying opportunity? China. So in America, you had all this panic selling as it came down 11% in one day. And I can't say the same term for China. On the flip side, it wasn't panic buying. It was an absolute heist, is what I think.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, because the silver came down, China wasn't paying. So as the price of silver came down, there was a lot of people selling into that, right? It's like, oh, we got to get out, right? So there was inventory. What did China do? China was paying premiums of like $16 an ounce. They were paying $91 an ounce for physical silver, but it was 75 on COMEX. It's like, why would anybody do that, right? So here's why. It's because they need it, right? Nobody would pay that much unless they actually need physical silver. So you look at what's going to happen. What, today is the 31st, tomorrow, right? So tomorrow, China puts export controls on silver to the rest of the world. You have to have a government license to receive silver from China as of tomorrow. So, but for years, China as a government has been encouraging their citizens to hoard gold and silver. Well, all of a sudden they did an about face. It's like, ooh, hoarding is bad. You don't want to do this, right? And blah, blah, blah. Why would they do that? Because they need silver. So a lot of people were saying, and I've watched a bajillion podcasts, and it's like, oh, China's going to limit exports of silver to the rest of the world as an attack against Trump's tariffs, right? They're ticked about Trump's tariffs, so they're going to stop exports. That's not it. I don't think that's it. They're stopping exports because they need it to stay in the country. So why do they need it to stay in the country? Because of the new demand that's coming. So remember, Michael, when this was maybe you can remember better than me. Was it 9 months ago? We talked about Samsung and their new solid state silver core battery technology.
Oh, amazing. Yep.
I mean, literally, it's going to be incredible. For the electric vehicle market, it's going to double the range, take the charging time from like 12 hours down to 9 minutes for a full charge, and it'll last 20 years. It's like, what EV, when we talked about this, what EV manufacturer is not going to want that new battery technology, right? So, or else they're going to be out of existence when other car manufacturers can do that. Because that's one of the pains of electric vehicles. It's like you can't take a long road trip with it. It takes forever to charge a dumb thing and blah, blah, blah. So the estimates came out last week. When Samsung releases this now, which is coming up very soon, it's going to be 20% of all global mining supply every year goes to Samsung. So here's the problem with Samsung. London is out of silver. Or they're out. They don't have enough for physical delivery. So just as we talked about as a projected story of how this story ends, you're going to have manufacturers all over the world, whether it's Sony or Elon Musk at Tesla, that are going to start going directly to the refineries and bypassing the stupid exchanges. Because if I were Elon Musk, it's like, well, it's not my fault that London oversold their inventory, that they have over 300 ounces of paper contracts for every 1 ounce of physical delivery, and how they're overextended and they're over leveraged and now they can't deliver. I have a car company. I need to manufacture. I need physical silver. So we speculated that they're just going to start going directly to the refineries and bypass the dumb exchanges altogether, which makes London completely irrelevant, right? So what did Samsung do? So I think it was a week and a half ago, they made this like field trip to Durango, Mexico, and they dealt directly with the mine. Then short up 2 years of supply for their new solid core silver state battery, right? So it's like, okay, this is wild. So they did exactly what we thought. Now, last week, the news came out about another car manufacturer. So I'm going to ask you this question because I didn't know the answer. I want to see if you do. Have you ever heard of the company BDY?
I've never heard of them. No.
Me neither. It's like, but they're the largest electric vehicle manufacturer in the world.
Wow.
They just happen to be a Chinese EV manufacturer, and there's billions of people in China. So it's like the Tesla of China, but they're massive. Like they're big. So they have already been working on a solid silver core solid state battery for their electric vehicles to give it over 1,000-mile range, charging in 9 minutes, 20-year life. So there's just so much in R&D that they're releasing this thing in all their vehicles in June of 2026. So to me, when I hear that, Samsung was 1.5 to 2 years out, right? So they were already working on it. Samsung was probably just responding to that. It's like, we got to get in this race too. So now BDY, because they're so big, is going to take 20% of all the world's mined silver every year. Samsung 20%. In two companies, you've got 40% of all the world's silver supply. I mean, this is insane. There's not going to be enough, right? There's simply not going to be enough. So I look at this and with silver at these crazy high levels, and people are calling me every day and saying, Kirk, A, I should have done this a long time ago, but B, I'm not going to buy at these absolute highs. It's like, why do you think it's an absolute high? Right? Do you know what the future is going to look like? Because people were saying the same thing about gold 4 months ago. Oh, I'm not going to buy at the high. I've always been told by my advisor, you buy low and sell high, and you never buy at the high. Well, what is gold now? Almost every single day after 4 months ago, it keeps reaching new highs, right? Mm-hmm. So it wasn't the high. It was just a day in this massive growth trend.
Right.
And so silver, even after its last 2 days have been pretty, well, yesterday was just all over the place. And it closed, it's opened at like 78 and it closed at 75. And today it's like almost 74, right? So it's a 73 point something. So it's like, okay, that's cut down a few bucks in a day. So use it as a buying opportunity because this isn't a high. I think we're going to see with all this new demand coming out, this and little supply. I mean, there's like hardly anything, Michael. There's what Thanksgiving showed us was there's no supply at COMEX or in London. And what Christmas showed us is something even wilder. There's like possibly no supply anywhere, which is why China needs it because they can't even fulfill production. And so they're paying $16 premium over spot to get silver because they need it. So as I look at this, it's like my estimates of 120 to 140 by late spring, early summer, possibly an understatement of the year, possibly. Right, but I think we possibly hit 200 by the end of next year. And if this plays out with all this new demand and like no supply, even 200 is going to be small because manufacturers will pay anything humanly possible to make sure that they stay in business. And we're not talking about small manufacturers. We're talking about NVIDIA and Tesla and this big, massive car company and Samsung and Sony and Lockheed Martin and Boeing. They will pay almost anything, right? Because they're just going to pass it on to the consumer.
And the solar cells, I mean, we're not even talking solar cells, and that's a huge market in India and in China. So it's pretty amazing. I remember when a couple of years ago we were talking about this, and you were like, we're saying, yeah, we're probably going to see triple digits in the future. And then you kind of like shifted because you started seeing all these numbers, and you started upping your estimate. I think it's going to be pretty substantial. And if you look at all of the precious metals that are out there, they're all well over $1,000, $2,000, an ounce. Why isn't silver that high? I think it's going to hit that. What are your thoughts?
Boy, if we do, I will be the happiest guy in the world.
I agree, you will be.
and our tens of thousands of clients all over the country, they're going to be happy, right? So, but here's where these numbers might not be extreme,
right?
Because we've never entered a world. So let's go back to 1980, right? When silver was spiking, the Hunt brothers had cornered the market, government changed the rules, and they had to go bankrupt, right? So people are comparing today. Oh, there's going to be government intervention on the price, and they're going to change margin requirements, and it's going to be the Hunt brothers all over again. It's like, no, it's not. I'll tell you this right now. It is not going to be that, because what were the Hunt brothers? It was pure speculation. It was speculators running that time. This one is actually physical demand. Yeah. There is lack of physical silver, and the world needs it for just about everything. This is why a week ago, Elon Musk posted this X post where he said, oh, look at the price of silver. This is very dangerous for the world. This because it's getting up too high and everything needs silver, right? So, and he knows that with SpaceX heavily in electronics, with Tesla heavily in electronics, all the robotics that they do, everything that he produces needs silver, right? So you just look at some of this stuff and it's like, this is what China did was a heist. They gobbled up all the available physical silver that they could when the price was driven down because of panic selling in America. And the next day goes up a few bucks. Today it's like sitting there, it's down some. But our projections in January, when silver was $28.50, and we talked about this probably a dozen times, maybe even more over the year. What's it going to be at the end of the year? 67 to 75. Well, we ended up at like 73, right in there. And people thought we were crazy for saying it was going to get that high, because silver ended up the year, I think, at 160% growth for the year, 160%. And gold wasn't too shabby either. It was up like 65%. It was like, this is amazing, right? You look at this, both of those are doing so well because this is a paradigm shifting moment, right? In the global economy, as central banks are looking at what's value and what's not. Consumers are looking at that. People want safety. They want something that's real. Well, what's safer than investing? And I'll tell you what's safer. Nothing is safer than this. What's safer than buying the commodity that the whole world needs, and there's none of it? It's like,
yeah,
can't think of anything safer.
We're seeing also, I mean, we talked about this as well, when we start to see people lining up in America, because they've already done this in other places of the world, for silver in silver shops. And I see it online. I follow all these guys, and people are lined up at the door buying silver and gold now in massive quantities. I saw some guy come in, and I think he spent like $170,000 for silver and gold. So we're going to see, this thing explode, but that's not going to last much longer, because silver, all the precious metals took a nosedive because there's a lot of pressure on it, because it went so high so fast. They got to take a little break. It's okay. Yeah, we're going to see the ups and downs. We talked about this, but all the online dealers, they did not lower their prices at all.
No. You know why? Because they're selling out of their own inventory. So we don't. We deal directly with the depository. We drop ship from there. So then we're going to have active prices every single second, just depending on what the markets are.
Mm-hmm.
When you're selling out of your own inventory, let's say you bought in silver at $80 an ounce, 2 days before. What are you going to do? Are you going to sell it for a loss, or are you just going to hose the clients that come in? No, you're probably going to hose the next clients that came in and say, oh, boy, the demand is really high right now, so the premiums are sticky. It's like, no, they're not. You just don't want to lose money, and you're going to stick it to the next person that calls you to buy. I mean, that's how the industry basically operates.
Yeah, and so waiting also, like we've talked about, for silver to go down, or other precious metals for that matter, you're probably not going to get it. So I know a lot of people are like, well, when it goes down, I'll buy. You better get on board right now while you can. We talked about this, when it hit 50, get in and get on. And people are, it went down like it's doing right now. And they're whining because they're like, you told us to get on, now it's slower. It's like, don't worry, it's going to go much higher. So now we're like, we hit 80, almost 85. And that was my range. I said 75 to 85 by the end of the year. We've already hit it. So it's pretty amazing. I say next year, early part of next year, we could be seeing $100 easy.
Oh, easy. I mean, literally easy. If we didn't have this little correction, because I think China is absolutely manipulating the broadcast airwaves right now. And if you look on YouTube and on these different podcasts and you see Asian guy.
Yeah.
I mean, so where did he come from? He wasn't even a thing 3 weeks ago.
When I heard him at first, I was like, who's that American guy that's talking? And then it was an Asian guy. I was like, oh, whoa, what's going on here?
This is so AI. I mean, it's just weird. It's just weird.
Yeah.
But anyways, he's done video after video after video, like every day or every 2 days, like clockwork. And people are calling me all the time. It's like
multiple a day.
Oh, yeah. He's referencing this bill that Trump signed that's going to actually confiscate silver because it's on the critical minerals list. It's like, wait a second. This bill, it was an education bill from 2024. It's not a climate bill that has anything to do with anything. Making stuff up, right? Yep. So, but some of the stuff is actually really good that I hear from him, right? So here's where you have to use wisdom and discernment, and not believe everything that you hear, right? So I was doing some research on this guy, and it seems to be that it's just Chinese propaganda, right? They need to manipulate the price of silver because they don't have it. Well, what is this guy saying? It's like, so you can't store anything at the depository. Boy, why would you ever want bullion? It's confiscatable. Here's my suggestion. You take all of your bullion that you paid hardly anything for, and you send it to PCGS to get it certified as a rare coin for $30 an ounce. It's like, what? That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard, to certify bullion, because then it's going to be collectible. And don't ever do that. Don't listen to nonsense like that. That's by somebody trying to get more bullion because they need it for manufacturing, or it's done by some dealer that's using stupid, shady tactics that says, oh, you got to have something that's rare and collectible, so it's non-confiscatable. It's like, you know what? The government can confiscate whatever they want, whenever they want, because they're the government, right? It has nothing to do with something is rare or bullion. Don't ever overpay for your stuff. Don't ever overpay for it, right? And don't ever get something where a firm has to make a market for it to sell it. Like what we talked about a few weeks ago when we were talking about, the Gold Grift book, right? Yeah. So some of these firms, and that's a fantastic book, by the way. I encourage everybody to read it. You will learn.
I got it. I'm reading it. It's a great book. Yeah.
It's wild and it's disgusting. I mean, the stories that are told by some of the dealers in this industry, disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways,
that's what I love about you. You have a degree in economics and you have a degree in theology. So you're on the up and up. So that's what I love. Everyone watching you is like, you're not going to get taken advantage of here. You're going to actually get I know for a fact, we talked offline before in the past, that you have gone out of your way to protect people within this business. So kudos to you.
Yeah. I mean, Well, and so here's the thing with that. I don't view, like, when you invest, Michael,
Mhm.
it's not my money. I don't even think it's your money. I think it's
Yeah.
God's money, and we're all called to
Oh,
be
beautiful.
steward with what God gives us. So if you want to take advantage of somebody, okay, you're not dealing with their money, you're dealing with God's money. It's like, I wouldn't want to touch that with a 1,000-foot pole and do something bad with it, right? But I can't put my judgments and my views on other people because they don't think like I do. But that's how I think. It's just who I am. It's part of who I am. So if you dealt with everybody in life that you're dealing with God's money, the whole world would change. You wouldn't have as much corporate greed and corruption and everything, right? It's just like, boy, the love of money, it makes people do bad things, right? So anyways, I don't mean to get off on a rabbit trail, but some of these
Well,
things
that's a good point. For the
upset.
love of money. So you're not loving money. It's God's money, and
Yeah.
you're basically like
Yeah.
the biblical story where the father sent the sons out with money, and several of them came back. They had doubled it or tripled it or whatever, and then the one son said, "Here, I bring it all back to you. I buried it and hid it." And he's like, "Oh," he was like, "What are you thinking about?" So this is what you're doing, is basically teaching people how to take God's money and prosper with it.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the verse that so many people take out of context, money is not evil. The love of
Right.
money is evil. You can do amazing good things with money. You can give, you can be benevolent with it. You can do lots of stuff, right? But the love of money means that money controls you rather than you controlling money as a tool, right? So, I mean, it's just different. It's a different mindset. It's a heart issue, right? So yeah, we take that in everything we do. It's this common thread that goes through everything that we do. And I will consult with people. It's like, don't be too tight-fisted with your money. Have an open hand. Be givers. Be generous, and just watch how the world around you starts to change.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
I want to kind of go along the same line of thought. Empty table, sanctions, battered currency. Why Iran's protests are different this time? So we're seeing pretty much the collapse, and it is going to happen. The collapse of the Iranian Islamists and controlling Iran. Now and they're taking over cities right now. The people are. So here is another one where in Iran they have the largest increase in Christianity anywhere in the world over the last 20 years.
Oh,
So
wow.
what are your thoughts on that? So we're seeing a collapse of their currency, like we're talking about. We don't want to have that happen here in America, but we're seeing it collapse there because there's some very serious questions we need to be asking about the Muslim religion. But Christianity is on the uprise, and now the people are basically taking back their country. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think it's the beginning of a revival, so to speak. I think around the world, God is opening the eyes of people's hearts, if that makes sense, right? And they're starting to understand and dissect the difference between truth and fiction, right? And they're starting to understand what true love means, right? In the sense of love your neighbor, right? It's like, what does that mean? It just means don't focus on how you're different. Focus on what you have in common. View everybody, and this is my prayer for all of us, is that we would view people the way that God viewed them when he created them, right? Not the way that man views them or woman views them, right? It's like, how does God view people? Well, he views them differently than we view people, right? And it's like, and so I think all over the globe, God is taking the spiritual blinders off of people and opening the eyes of their heart so they can see truth. And truth always acts as a magnet to pull people towards it.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And here's an account where it says Iran has perhaps the fastest growing Christian population in the world. Elam Ministries, a group which seeks to strengthen and expand the church there, says that more Iranians have become Christians in the last 20 years than the previous 13 centuries combined.
My word. Wow.
Wow. So it is obviously going to have a massive impact. Now, I've been all over the Middle East. I spent half of my 35 years in CIA and also in the SEAL teams at the highest levels. And I can tell you, every time that the Muslims came in and force, they basically drove the Christians out. I think that's going to reverse now. What are your thoughts on that?
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean,
Yeah.
literally, when God starts moving, things just happen that don't make sense in the physical realm, but they make all the sense in the spiritual realms, right? And so, like, there's stories in the Old Testament, God make the sun stand still, right? How could small dinky armies, win and defeat big massive armies? Well, with God's intervention, that can happen. How could David, right? It's like, what? How did that happen, right? Well, it's because when God is for you, who can be against you, right? So I think these things that are starting to happen are happening for a reason. They're happening for such a time as this. Now, what we have to ask ourselves is, why did God place us here on this earth for right now? Why didn't he create us 400 years ago or 400 years from now? Why are we here right now? It's because we all have a purpose. We all have a calling. We need to understand what that is, whether that's to impact your neighbor or the country or the world. But really, it comes with being transformed. Transformed people can transform cities, right? So I would take heed to that calling and that inner voice that's just speaking to you all the time, and starting to have that, even if it's a gentle whisper, drown out the noise of the world, so you can be everything that God created you for, right? Yes, and we are here for this. We're here for such a time as this, right?
Beautiful.
So figure that out.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So, great conversation today. And of course, we always encourage people to, go to your website, kepm.com, to, get the best deals on silver and gold, because we're moving in that direction where, I think we're like a little around 50, getting close to 50 to 1 now. And I think it's going to go a lot lower very quickly. A lot lower, yeah. So that's kind of the transition where we take our silver and start to accumulate some more gold. So definitely jump in. There's contact information on here, of course, 720-605-3900. Be sure to tell them that Jaco sent you. And we look forward to doing more of these shows together. Dr. Kirk Elliott, thanks so much for your insights.
You bet. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Definitely. All right. That was fantastic. Good.
I remember that old cliche, the revolution will not be televised. That certainly seems to be the case now. I'm seeing the biggest news blackout I've ever seen in the English media sphere, including a lot of the so-called alternative media. The big thing, of course, was the so-called emergency speech made by Donald Trump on Wednesday. Tucker Carlson was told by a member of Congress that he was going to declare war. And before that, Trump posted that he was going to stop all the flows of Venezuelan oil. Before that, he said he was going to close Venezuelan airspace. Well, neither of these things happened because the military has figured out that the Trump, what we're seeing on our screens and in these White House press briefings, is not Donald Trump. He's a fake. He's not their commander-in-chief. And the proof is that he was unable to declare war, even though he had told members of Congress that is what he was going to do. This is a huge development. It shows that something big is going to happen. And of course, the real reason Trump was going to declare war is because he needed to use the War Emergencies Act to prevent the release of the Epstein files, which is due for December 20th. Well, we'll see if that happens. But when you actually listen to his speech, he talks about $18 trillion that he's gotten. Well, from his tariffs and from promises of investments. Well, in the 11 months, what actually happened is you got $236 billion in tariffs, which is basically a tax on American citizens. And that's not anywhere even a fraction of what they need to stop the United States from going bankrupt. we'll see what happens. But it's definitely looking very terminal for this fake show. But I think things are going to happen in the EU first, because there is a full-blown revolution going on there that it once again is not going to be televised until it's really over. But the big thing that's going on in Europe now is that farmers across the continent are revolting, because basically what's going on is the Khazarian mafia is trying to bankrupt farmers through various forms of legislation in order to seize their land. And the farmers have broken into EU headquarters, and they've shut down London, and they're protesting in Greece, France, everywhere. Watch these next 3 video clips to see how intense that is. Okay, you can see from the videos that the police are running away. They're unable to do anything about it. And in what I posted in my weekly report on Monday, you can see that the tanks that were sent in London to suppress the farmers actually sided with the farmers. So this is going to, get more intense. And already, again, this is not being reported in the West, but the government of Bulgaria has fallen because they were going to try to impose the euro on their citizens, and mass protests, put a kibosh on that. And another huge news item that is nowhere in the Western press is that Gerhard Schroeder, the former Prime Minister, Chancellor of Germany, went on German TV, and he said that in 2018, the current Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, was summoned to the 44th floor of BlackRock Tower, and he was told by Larry Fink that Germany had to stop buying cheap oil and gas from Russia and had to buy expensive oil and gas from America. The result is that German industry has fallen by 20% since 2018. And for example, Volkswagen just closed a factory that had been running for 88 years. They're destroying Germany, and they've reached a point where the Germans are in revolt. So this is happening everywhere, and it's not going to get better. They're not going to stay in power. Now, Ursula von der Leyen has already had most of her former colleagues arrested in the Ukrainian corruption scandal, and the dragnet is closing in on her. She's trying to steal Russian assets in order to prevent the bankruptcy of the EU, but the Russians have said they're going to go after anybody who does that. They've publicly said it, and I'm assuming they're going to, take physical action, although, the task reports talk about all legal means. And here's another clip I want you to watch. This is a Polish politician pulling down the EU flag, stepping on it, and burning it. What we're seeing is the collapse of a system of Babylonian debt slavery and the freedom of the Western people from slavery. And if you still don't understand that you are slaves, take a look at this clip about your birth certificate and your social security number, in case you didn't know this was true. Watching the end of a very ancient regime, and they're running out of tools. Like I say, they put in a fake Trump, but his actions, reveal that he is not the commander-in-chief who was elected by the American people to drain the swamp. He's a fake replacement. And they do that with all sorts of people. It's pretty clear, for example, that Kash Patel, who we're seeing on our screens, is not the Kash Patel who was promising a couple of years ago to release the Epstein files. Instead, they replaced him with a fake, and the rank and file are revolting. They're no longer being able to, you elect a leader to do something, and then he's replaced with somebody who does the opposite, and people are sick and tired of that. They're not going to allow it to continue. And the other thing that people need to understand is that the only thing that is stopping the European people from becoming Chinese Communist Party slaves is Russia. In China now, huge numbers of people are homeless because they have been cut out of the digital currency because their social credit score was too low. and now they're homeless, living on the streets. That's the sort of future they were going to impose on us unless we do something about them. And here's some news that it's an exclusive to this podcast, which is, and it's huge as far as I'm concerned. Russian troops are fighting Chinese troops in Thailand and Cambodia. I was looking at, I was trying to figure out what was going on with these clashes between Cambodia and Thailand. It just didn't make sense. And so I asked some Thai royals and some military intelligence in the region. And what they say is what's happening is China is trying to take over Cambodia and build a big deep water port there. And the Russians are trying to stop them. The Russians have made an alliance with all the countries around China. So North Korea, Mongolia, India, Vietnam, etc., and now apparently Thailand, so that they all agree that it will ally and fight together to prevent Chinese expansionism. And the only force that is able to militarily prevent China from moving all the way to Spain is Russia. So these idiots in the so-called coalition of the willing, who are still trying to destroy Russia, are the enemies of the European people. And let's make it clear, there's a few people we need to get rid of in order to finish this nightmare that we're all going through. These are, of course, Larry Fink, Bill Gates, the fake Trump, Ursula von der Leyen, Keir Starmer of the UK, Friedrich Merz of Germany, and then, of course, Jean-Michel de Rothschild, who's cross-dressing and pretending to be Brigitte Macron. The usual suspects. We need to round these people up and make them face charges, war crimes charges. And these are worse war crimes, I would say, than even World War II. For example, a recent opinion poll of Americans found out that you get a slap on the wrist over. Now, this is something you get hung for, okay? And that's the sort of thing we need to do. And we also, need to make sure they don't get away with replacing leaders with fakes anymore. And these are not clones, okay? They're people who are selected because they look similar. They're given plastic surgery. They're trained to mimic, and then they use computer graphics. So we also need to make sure that the fake King Charles is removed, and most importantly, we need to take away control of their magic money printing machine, because that's the source of their power. I'm just going to check my notes to see if I have something I missed. Oh yeah, another huge news item that is not being reported by Drudge or anywhere else is the massive flooding in the northwest of the United States. 3 states are completely underwater. This appears to be some sort of weather warfare attack. I'm going to try to find out what the motives are, but it's clearly not a natural event. Take a look at this video to see. Major turning point. People are waking up en masse, and especially in the military and the intelligence community, understand that Western civilization will collapse unless we throw out these Khazarian mafia criminals. And of course, that means Benjamin Netanyahu has to go, and we need to get the Egyptian military and the Turkish military to move into Israel and clean up that nest and restore the nation state of Judea, which will be multicultural and multinational. Another thing I'd like to point out is I didn't want to celebrate Hanukkah because that is a holiday that actually represents the mass murder of assimilated Jews, and I do not go along with this. However, I do wish to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. And people need to understand that the Bible does not say when Jesus Christ was born. So what they did was they took the old solar New Year and replaced it with Jesus Christ. But the fact is that in the Northern Hemisphere, the sun keeps setting further north every day until the 21st of December. And then for 3 days, it appears to set in the same place. And then on December 25th, it starts to move south again. The days start getting longer. So this is a solar New Year. We all live under the same sun, and I think we can all celebrate this holiday, even if you're not Christian. So Merry Christmas and Happy Solar New Year to everybody. And I hope to see you again next week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. After watching Trump's December 17th televised address, many people expected something more consequential, but instead saw a tightly scripted, humorless, and usually self-focused delivery that felt more like an imitation of Trump than his typical presence. Some viewers even noted inconsistencies in physical cues such as height and presence, which led to speculate about whether the speaker was actually Trump or possibly a stand-in. At the same time, this address coincided with the renewed signaling around the election case and a period of extreme weather events across the country. From your perspective, do you see any legitimacy in the speculation about the authenticity of the appearance, or in the idea that the timing and tone of the speech surrounding the events were part of a coordinated narrative or psychological operation?
As I mentioned in my talk, the Khazarian mafia was hoping to use their bought and paid Congress and their fake Trump, and he's obviously fake. Just use your own eyes. Compare the different pictures. Look at the height. Uh, they were hoping to fool the military into declaring war in order to prevent themselves from being arrested for war crimes, and it failed. So he was not able to declare war, which was the plan. Instead, he repeated these lies about $18 trillion. And by the way, as an example of these lies, okay, he came to Japan and said he's going to get $550 billion. Well, 3 months later or 2 months later, he's got exactly zero. The same thing with South Korea. Uh, so he's not getting, the world is not going to invest $18 trillion in this crime syndicate. They want to pull the plug on them. And their fake Trump is no longer fooling very many people. This whole thing is coming to a crash. And that speech, I think, was a sign of that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Have there been any significant political or security developments unfolding in South Africa that have not been adequately covered in mainstream reporting?
Well, I don't know about South Africa, but the big thing in Africa is that they have cut themselves off from the Western financial system. Muammar Gaddafi of Libya was the first, because he tried to do this by having a gold-backed African currency to get away from the U.S. dollar and the Khazarian mafia financial system. Well, now they've done it. They've announced their own financial system, and that means Africa is no longer going to be raped for its resources. And I don't normally give investment advice, but I'd say getting in Africa now would be like getting in on ground zero in China back in the day, and I highly recommend it. But of course, due diligence, as always, is required. Next question.
And with the newly passed U.S. defense authorization bill including limiting funding for Ukraine, which was far less than previous levels, how do you assess the sustainability of Western support for Ukraine and the likely long-term outcome of the war?
Well, the Ukraine war was a genocide against the Ukrainian people. The idea was to remove the Russian and other peoples from the Ukraine and make a new homeland for the Ashkenazi Jews, the revival of the Khazarian Empire. So, for example, Wagner, when remember all these reports about Ukraine fighting Wagner? Well, it was the same people. Zelensky and Wagner worked together. Zelensky would grab Ukrainian men off the streets, they send them to a certain area, and then they tell Wagner where they were, and Wagner would kill them with artillery. So this was always about a mass bribery campaign, using money that was supposed to go to Ukraine to bribe politicians in the West, as well as a genocide against the Ukrainian people. And it was not, but it was also an attempt to destroy Russia. The whole thing is blowing up in their faces, and they're not going to get away with this. They're going to face war crimes trials. The whole thing is ending. And Zelensky killed. He's not there. He's just a TV thing in the West. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The Donald Trump administration has just ordered a naval blockade on sanctioned oil tankers entering or leaving Venezuela. Given this, do you think this move signals a real shift in global oil geopolitics, or is it merely a bluff tied to election case pressure?
Well, he was trying to start a war with Venezuela, but the Russians and the Chinese read the Riot Act to the American military, and the American military are now working with the Russians and the Chinese. So no, it failed. Okay, it was an attempt to avoid bankruptcy by stealing Venezuelan oil, as well as an attempt to avoid Epstein file release by declaring war, and it's failing. It's failed. Next question.
Ivan, we have our last question for today. With the European Union facing increasing internal strain from farmers' protests, rising energy costs, growing resistance to climate regulations, and the continued decentralization of power in Brussels despite national pushback, do you see the EU entering a phase of managed decline? And do you believe this is actually steering that process behind the scenes? Or who do you believe is steering the process?
I don't think it's going to be managed decline. I think these people are going to fight, to the end, because they know that they're these actual Nazis, and they know they're going to face war crimes. So I didn't post a clip, but I was sent one of Ursula von der Leyen saying she's going to stay in the EU headquarters until they got money for Ukraine. Well, they're not going to get that money, so hopefully she'll stay in there until she's arrested. But I think the EU is coming to an end. I don't want to be caught on timing, but mathematically and financially, they are doomed. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, and next podcast will be after Christmas, so Merry Christmas to everybody.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So we're seeing the continual chopping at America from the Democrat Party and the intended destruction of America. Now we'll look deeper into how the Democrat Party wokeism, basically intention of destroying American culture, make it more vulnerable. We're going to look at all of the different, Nigeria just got struck by President Trump. What does that mean? All the way back to, I think it was February, where we struck a Somali cave that had ISIS leaders in it. Somalian, right? Where in America are a lot of Somalians that are part of a lot of fraud that we're going to find out, and we have been finding out. They're using that to fund terrorists in Minnesota. So this fraud is being exposed. President Trump is potentially stopping out what could be multiple Black Hawk Downs throughout American cities, right? And by hitting foreign terrorist groups and stopping cargo ships from going to different places like Iran, from China, with U.S. military forces, and stopping oil coming from Venezuela going to China with U.S. military SEALs. Thank you, and then using that oil to fund our military operations against them. Right. So with Juan O'Savin on last night, talking about how China is funded by the City of London. City of London controls China, right? And they probably control Iran too. And they control Ukraine. So it sounds like we need to do a strike on the City of London in my warrior's mind. But, I evidently that's not going to happen. Maybe not anytime soon. But they're destroying Europe just like they're trying to destroy America. The rape numbers in Europe are through the roof, right? So they had all this illegal immigration from areas where rape is completely acceptable. And what do you think is going to happen when you bring people like that into your country? Hello. So that's what we're seeing here in America too. We saw a lot of that happening here. And of course, the raping of American women has been pretty catastrophic as well. So the destruction of America by the Democrat Party, I've talked about it for years. It seems like it doesn't really get any traction. But I think now and going into next year, it's really going to pick up pace, right? And there's going to be a lot of people very, very unhappy with the Democrat Party, seeing what they're up to. So more and more reveals are coming, just like we're seeing in Minneapolis, Minnesota as a whole, right? And then, of course, that's going to translate into other Democrat hellhole states, right? So let's look at some of this, and it's going to be very enlightening. I know many people still are under the impression the Democrat Party is good. Many are still under that impression, right? We need to educate people and help them understand that that is not the case. And until we do, we're going to have the possibility of cities being basically destroyed. All right, Iran's president has claimed that his country is in an all-out war with the West, days before Donald Trump meets with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So he said that full-scale war with the U.S., Israel, and Europe was worse than Iran's war with Iraq in the 1980s, in which hundreds of thousands of people died. We are in a full-scale war with the U.S., Israel, and Europe. They do not want our country to stand on its feet, right? So, yes, that's true, right? We want your regime replaced, and so do the people of Iran want your regime replaced. Now, will the people of Iran be able to, strike back and take down their regime? They have definitely been in the process of that. Of course, every time they try that, there's hell to pay for that. But I think we're going to see. I firmly believe that next year, Iran, the leadership of Iran, will go away. U.S. commandos raided ship traveling from China to Iran, seized dual-use tech. Now, they don't say what that dual-use tech is. It says transporting dual-use military technology. So dual-use, I don't know, for, hammering the people of your country, right, that are trying to rise up against you, and also for military targets that are coming in to destroy you, as we've been seeing with Israel and the U.S. Trying to take out its nuclear capabilities. All right, so the ship's name, its owner, and the flag under which it was sailing have not been disclosed. Neither Iran nor China immediately responded to the report, right? So Navy SEALs went on and seized it. Also, like I talked about earlier, there's a seizure that took place weeks before with U.S. troops seizing a Venezuelan oil tanker in the Caribbean Sea and stole its cargo in a move Caracas condemned as theft and piracy. Now, that was supposed to go to China as well. China. So we're basically, stopping out the capability of Venezuela to fund its military control system. The people of course, there's people that are in Venezuela that support that government. And so I don't think we're going to go in and, hammer it, but we're basically going to squeeze it till it's out of existence. Now, Iran, speaking of, so it's a triangle that's going on there, where Iran has sent a lot of its people, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of people into Venezuela over several years, and they're all in Venezuela, and they've helped it, build its military, Hezbollah and Hamas from Iran. So that's one of the reasons why we're going after Iran. Multiple reasons, of course, we're going after Venezuela. Election fraud that they used on us from Venezuela. Of course, in Colorado, Tren de Aragua, that is basically running the Colorado government to a great extent. And we're talking about that, how the Colorado governor is a very corrupt person, obviously, and it's part of the Democrat system. They've gone corrupt, and I'll talk about how and why the Democrat system has gone corrupt, and how they're trying, like I said, to bring in wokeism and destroy America. All right. So destroy America from within, and then leave it open to Somali warlords to start to take down cities and so forth, like they did in Somalia, where we had Black Hawk Down. All right, so it's going to be very interesting. U.S. airstrikes against ISIS in Nigeria. So ISIS has spread quite a bit throughout the world. We took them down, excuse me, in Iraq, but they have spread to other countries, Syria, and so forth. So ISIS airstrikes against Nigeria raised questions over strategy and analysis. So on Christmas Day, so Trump had warned them, about their strikes on Muslim extremists, their strikes on Christians, and they have been very aggressively. So for years, extremist groups such as Boko Haram have been carrying out atrocities in northern Nigeria, and it's a problem across Africa, where various terrorist groups operate. Now, a lot of these are funded, as we're probably going to find out, and I can't say that right up front, but a lot of these, I think we're going to find out that China is funding, and and Iran. So with Iran and China, pushing terrorism around the world, they're going to be pushed back on. And again, I think it's because of the British are pushing this. The British Empire still is alive and well throughout the world through the City of London. I previously warned these terrorists that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay. And tonight, there was. The Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Under my leadership, Donald Trump, of course, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. So if we hit it where it's strongest overseas, then it's conduits back to the United States are being taken out. So it's easier for us if we take down. Speaking to you as a military expert, if we take down the where the source is, we destroy the source, and then as they're trying to come in like octopus, with all these tentacles, with the cartels and so forth, that are taken over by a lot of Hamas and Hezbollah and Chinese. So if we basically destroy them outside of the U.S., they don't have the funding, they don't have the ability. We're basically taking down their, capabilities of, keeping the dialogue and so forth, to taking away the leadership. So that's what I did when I was overseas working with the CIA. We would go after the leadership of terrorist groups. And a lot of times that would eventually, destroy those terrorist groups. Of course, other groups like SEAL Team 6 and Delta and some other groups would actually hit targets very effectively in Afghanistan and in Pakistan, and basically take down those groups on a massive level, right? So we have been doing this for a long time, and 20 years, over 20 years, on a physical level. So we've been, even all the way back when I was in, 30 years ago, we were looking at going in and having to rescue, potentially when I was at SEAL Team 6, going in to rescue, leadership in oil companies and so forth in Venezuela. Of course, unfortunately, that did not happen. Basically, they seized all that money, equipment, and oil, everything that U.S. and Britain, all those oil companies had in Venezuela. They just seized it. So we're going to take it back, right, at some point. But we're not going to take it all. The people of Venezuela will become, once we go in and clean out the terrorists that are running that country, Venezuela will become one of the most wealthiest countries in the world, and the people will prosper like crazy. And they will go back to Venezuela. Now, the same thing will happen in Iran once that terrorist organization that's running Iran gets taken down. Now, I don't know when the terrorist organization in the city of London gets taken down, but at some point, I believe it will be. All right. And it's fomenting a lot of the problems in Europe and all around the world. So at some point, it will have to be targeted. I don't know what kind of kinetic, if there's going to be a kinetic strike or just squeeze them to they don't have the money anymore. But at some point, the city of London goes down, right? So under my leadership, like he says, we will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper even here in the United States. They're going after it here in the United States as well. May God bless our military, and Merry Christmas to all. This was a nice Christmas present to the Christians in Nigeria, and they said so, in fact. They were very happy that these strikes happened. Imagine you're in, I don't know, Minneapolis, right? And so there's a strike that finally happens, and the Christians that survive, there in Minneapolis would be very happy about that. So just kind of a little speculation of what's to come in some of these areas, guys. All right, we need to start talking about this. We need to talk about it very seriously. All right, so because they're going to say, "Oh, he's a hater," but I'm going to show you. There's a little film where they are the haters. They are the fascists. They are the people that don't like white people. Right. So I can tell you that from all the people that I spoke with after Black Hawk Down, some of my SEAL buddies that were there. They didn't like whitey, right? So, and of course we're there trying to feed them and help them, and that turned into be a goat rope, thanks to the Democrat leadership of Bill Clinton, right? So let's look at a little Black Hawk Down scene, so you can see what it might look like in some of the U.S. cities if we don't start cleaning these a-holes out.
When everybody else is shooting the same direction.
Now I've seen this. I and other psychics have seen this. We've talked about this for at least a decade. That we see this happening, just like you saw in Black Hawk Down in U.S. cities, right? So this is what the Democrat Party is bringing to America. And there's a lot of people that are, like, as I say, consciously compromised, they still believe in the Democrat Party and will still mindlessly support the Democrat Party, even as it's very obvious that they're extremely corrupt, as we're seeing right now in Minnesota. So let's look at Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley has done a really good job. Just 24-year-old out there, hitting the streets, being a reporter, like we used to have reporters. Of course, the mainstream media is completely compromised, but we have, independent journalism now that really is making a difference.
It was write the check.
So right here we have all this paperwork. And how are you getting all this information about the fraud?
A lot of it is through my own research. And then I have some contacts at the Capitol going back many, many years. And so the data that I'm getting is 100% accurate, coming directly from research done by people at the state Capitol.
All this paperwork right here, what are we looking at?
The areas of fraud that I have numbers for are mostly related to childcare. This is massive fraud that is beyond anyone's imagination, the scope. And so, for example, there's a childcare not far from here in Minneapolis that has two childcares listed at the same address. And together, they're licensed supposedly for 120 children. I have never seen a single child there ever. And I've been by that place at least 100 times. Here than anywhere else ever in history, anywhere.
We're going to go confront these people. We're going to go to these daycare centers. We're going to see what's actually happening. Daycare center right now is right here. These buildings should be operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars. I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door. Hello? Can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare. Can I speak to a manager? Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I wanted to put my son Joey in daycare. And after a few questions, the lady went silent. Looks like little Joey Shirley ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Childcare.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025, this facility, which has its license for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million in tax money. And there are no kids. And all the facilities are the same way, all of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once again, I try to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door. I want to put my son Joey in daycare. Cuz I need a spot to put my son Joey.
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, I work there. What's happened?
I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed. No one's opening the doors.
You work here?
I was, yeah. What's happened?
Where are the kids?
Yeah.
It says it's licensed for 74 children. Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids? They
Yeah.
got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. It says they have a capacity for 74 children.
When? No, when?
Where are the kids? Right here. State of Minnesota website. You work here and you don't know?
I don't know. I was there before. I don't know what's going on.
Were there any kids when you worked here?
He's there. Kids there. What's
How
happened?
many?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You worked here. Okay, well, then you're not of any help.
Can I put my son in a daycare here?
No, I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
No, I don't know.
No? Yeah, I would like to see if I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
I'm not my son. No. You're a liar. I'm the owner.
Do you put your kid here in this daycare?
No.
There is one child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
So you're curry.
Because of my color. You said you're
I
scared of me because of my
have to pass my
color. Does that make you a racist?
Yeah. No.
But
No.
you said you're
I'm not-
scared of
I'm
me because of my.
Yeah, no. All right. So I think you guys see, what's going on here. It's money laundering. They're taking the money from the people of Minnesota, and it's going to terrorist groups, right? And these terrorist groups are, formulating very strongly outside the U.S. In Africa, all right, where Somalia is, and they're helping to fund terrorists in some Nigeria, where we just did the airstrike. So it is a situation that we need to be aware of, and we need to start to push back on. And we need to bring this awareness throughout the United States. These are some of the things that I've known for quite a long time. I've been talking about this for a while. Now we're getting, we're seeing it. So independent journalists are bringing this out. There was a congressman, Republican congressman. I saw him talking today on Fox News, where he said they were doing this investigation years ago, like a decade ago, and they knew about the Somali corruption, and they did an investigation, and it was shut down. They shut down the investigation. So, this is the power of we, the people, doing independent investigations, independent journalism like I am. So if we continue this, we can destroy this corrupt system. We're getting very good at it now, and it's very important for us to maintain our country, because we're losing our country to the Democrat Party, all right, which is extremely corrupt and is not part of the United States. It's part of the corporation. It's part of the City of London, and of course, the city of Vatican City. So all of this is in DC. Now, DC has basically been taken over by Donald Trump and team. So that doesn't exist anymore. And that's how we're starting to see all of this this corruption start to be revealed. And it's crumbling. Now, Kash Patel has just come out and said that the FBI headquarters is basically being permanently closed. And they're going to move into, they had planned on their Biden administration to build like a $3 or $6 billion, it probably would have turned out to be a $6 billion new FBI headquarters. They got shut down when Trump came in. And they're going to move into a Reagan office building. I don't know if Reagan built it, but it was named after him. So it's going to be just perfect for them. It'll save a lot of money. You know how President Trump is like that. And so Kash Patel said he's going to push a lot of people out to, out into the field. They don't need to be in headquarters. They need to be out in the field doing the work that they're supposed to be doing, catching criminals like these Somalis. So speaking of which, Kash Patel said he's really going to start to go after this Somali fraud with the FBI. And he said it is the tip of the iceberg. Now, he's talking about the fraud level, but is he also talking about something else? All right. Is he talking about terrorist activities that were planned for the U.S.? Now, Juan O'Savin said that Somalis in America would have been part, and maybe still will be, part of terrorist operations in the United States, guys, right? So I've been saying this for a long time. And now we're starting to see the different groups that probably will or would maybe be involved in this, right? So this is something that it should be a very eye-opener for a lot of you, and I hope it is. And for some of you, you're like, I knew it. I knew it too, Mike. I knew it too. All right, so good for you. All right, so Kash Patel says FBI investigating Minnesota fraud scheme. So let me share the screen. So I'm gonna pull some of these up so we can look at these. These are very important. So you get other areas of the federal government getting involved. That's going to be very, very important. FBI investigating alleged fraud scheme in Minnesota. Kash Patel says amid attacks on Somali population. So Republicans have seized on the allegations to attack the state's Somali population and Democrat Governor Tim Walz. That's because they have been suppressed for a decade at least, and they're ready to kick ass. All right. So kick ass or have your ass kicked. Right. That's what I say. Right. And that's what we're gonna have to see, guys. We got to stop being nice, Mr. Nice Guy. And that's what President Trump has been doing. He's not Mr. Nice Guy. And a lot of people don't like him because he's not Mr. Nice Guy, but that's okay with me. All right, update. U.S. forces strike on ISIS Somalia. This was back in February 11th. In coordination with the federal government of Somalia, U.S. Africa Command conducted airstrikes against ISIS Somalia on February 1st, 2025. The joint airstrikes targeted senior ISIS Somalia leadership in a series of cave complexes approximately 50 miles from southeast of Bosaso. So where do you think they got the money? Where did money come from? I've been to Somalia. I was in Somalia on my first, back in, I think it was 1982. Yeah, I'm an old guy. And that was my first SEAL, deployment. And we went to Somalia, and it's just a desert. There was a little town, and some of the sailors had liberty. They went into town, ate something, and got sick. We were there three times before the Marines came in. That's what we do. We do beach survey. We come back. We chart it out. We go back and make sure it's clear, and then the Marines come in. And they land, and they go off and do their thing. And there was nothing there but camels and camel herders, right? And you could see way out, they had a mountain range, and that's probably where the airstrikes happened. So not a lot going on in Somalia. They don't have really anything. That's why we came in. We tried to feed them, so they were starving. You remember those Michael Jackson? We are the world. We are the blah 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 blah. All right. So all that money went to feed the Somalis, and what did they do in return? And so we finally pulled out, and then we just started under Obama. We just started pulling them in here to America by the millions, right? And boy, that was really smart, wasn't it? No. So we're kind of effed ourselves on that. So we're gonna have to clear them out. Not all of them. I've met many Somalis that are great people, and we're not talking about them. We're talking about the ones that are future terrorists, all right? And they're basically taking over cities throughout America. We got to stop it. You got to stop it, guys. They don't integrate. They basically come in. They produce children, and then they become the majority, and then they take over. They start to push out all the whites and all the people that are not Somali or not Muslims. And this is what's happening across America. All right. So we will have to, stop it. And I don't know what that's going to look like going forward, but it's got something's going to have to happen, guys. It's bad. It's real bad. All right. So what we're seeing with silver, we've seen silver basically skyrocket. It opened up really high. Now I think that silver, it's way overbought, and it's probably going to get a little bit of a pullback. Do not sell. All right. Don't sell your silver or your silver miners or anything else. All right. Hold on to it. This will be a test for some people. I don't know. Maybe it'll go up. Remember I said 75 to 85 by the end of the year. So earlier it hit, I think, 83 something, and now it's pulling back pretty good. So we'll see how it ends up, by the end of the year. But it needs a little rest. It needs a little bit of a pullback so that we have the opportunity to get it in cheaper. And then it's going to, probably go sideways for a little bit, and then it's going to take off again, guys. We will see, I think, maybe in January, 100 or more in January when it peaks, when it pops again. All right, so it's been on a tear. It doesn't go up. It doesn't go straight up all the time, right? Forever, right? So we said it was going to do a moonshot, so it already has. So now it needs to rest a little bit before it goes to Venus, all right? So just keep your eye on it. If you have it, if you see the pullback and it looks like a nice opportunity for you, of course, then take advantage. Now, spot price right now is 82.63. And I think I saw somewhere where in China, it's $90 an ounce, right? So will it pull back? I think so. Will it go higher? Yes. At some point, much, much higher. Triple digits, easily well into the triple digits next year, right? 300 to 500 next year. And then at some point it's going to be over 1,000, right? That may take a couple of years or so, but it's a long-term investment, not like your crypto. So your crypto, if you've been holding on your crypto, silver right now is up 190%. Crypto is down 16%. Most of crypto. Some of them are down more, some of them down a little bit less, but pretty much down negative 16% so far this year. All right, so I told you guys, go big into, because I had the dream. I had a dream, and the dream was that XRP was going to go big. So I put everything in XRP. It went big. And then I said, okay, guys, it went big. Now it's time to get out and put it in something else. Right. And I think a lot of you guys saw it go big, and you started hearing all these stories about it, like normally happens. It's a speculative, crypto speculative, but it's cyclical. It has moments when it goes up and moments when it goes way down. And that's the buying opportunity. So you have to like know when to buy them, know when to hold them, know when to fold them, right? So if you didn't fold it, you just wait around, it'll come back. Whatever you're holding is probably going to go down a lot more, but and who knows? Like I said, it could go higher. There's always a possibility. So be your own best judge, right? And your own psychic, right? Don't listen to this psychic. So don't get everything right perfectly on time at perfect times, but silver is a long-term hold, right? Now, some people will probably, they see they got, big returns in silver. Get out of debt, right? Get out of debt. Don't sell it all. Sell a portion of it. Get out of debt. Shouldn't have any debt. And that's my best advice to you. I got out of debt long time ago, right? Haven't been in debt for a long time. I fell into the old scheme of, if you want something now, get a loan and pay back a lot of interest. And I remember when I bought my first condo decades ago, and it was like 110 or 15,000. I got a really good deal on it in Virginia Beach. The market had pulled back, so I got a good deal on it. And I looked at, because I had a 30-year loan, VA loan, and after 30 years, I was going to pay it back 3 times the price. I was like, what? Oh, the tax breaks will be good. I keep hearing about these tax breaks. No, they're not good. Tax breaks are not good. And then I rented it out for years. I just maintained pretty much, had the tax breaks. Basically, someone was paying my mortgage and a little bit more. It wasn't good. So I know a lot of people make money on real estate with my huge returns that I'm getting on silver, which will be even bigger going forward. I plan on getting into real estate, because there's going to be incredible opportunities in real estate. As silver goes up, you're going to see at some point the market crash, probably 80 to 90%, or maybe even more. And the same thing with housing. So if you have silver, it may pull back with that market crash like it normally does, but then it's going to take off again. All right. So now timing is not a good thing, but I think going forward, you're going to do really, really, really well with silver. So, and I'm not a professional in economics or anything like that, but I have Dr. Kirk Elliott, who will be on Monday, and he's been saying the same thing. So nanner. All right. So you guys that believe in immigration, and it was kind of interesting because Nick Shirley and that one gentleman that was revealing all the fraud, they went to one place where it was like a child learning center, but they left out the end, so it was a learning center, and it was like no windows, the door was locked, and so they were getting millions too. And so they're like talking outside, and they're knocking on the door, and this woman comes up, and she keeps screaming, "ICE, don't open up, don't open up, ICE." So you got these idiot Democrat morons, and they're even asking her, said, "Do you think it's okay that this child center doesn't have any children in it? They're getting like over $1 million a year. ICE, ICE, don't open up." God. So we'll talk about that. Violence from the leftists. The leftists are like, the right wingers are all violent. They're the true Nazis. And I'm gonna pull up a graph about that. They went full retard this year. All right. Speaking of full retard, here we have warning to America. UK and Sweden imported the third world, and suddenly they're leading in rapes.
Unfortunately, let's look at the United Kingdom. This is a graph that shows you the amount of rapes that happen across the European Union per 100,000. In United Kingdom, it is at the very top with 109 rapes per 100,000 people, with Sweden being second with around 86 rapes per 100,000. So you import the third world and you suddenly become the third world. You actually become even worse because places like Botswana, like I told you earlier, have around 92 to 93 rapes per 100,000, and places like Lesotho have around 82 to 83. Both of those countries you've probably never heard of because they're located in Southern Africa, and you can only imagine the status there. But America isn't even importing the migrants from places like Southern Africa. We're straight importing them from the Middle East or Afghanistan, where the rape statistics we can't really know because they censor it fully, but it's about 40 to 50% of all women experience rape. And if you watch my Sharia videos, you know that it's because it's part of the culture in predominantly Muslim countries. So European countries shouldn't be surprised when they import migrants from there, when their statistics suddenly go up and look terrible, worse than third world countries.
Duh. All right. So consciously compromised United States Democrats. All right. We're just want to help everybody. And if ISIS comes around, we're going to like expose them and yell and scream and try and resist. All right. So let's look at 10 major incidents of left-wing violence and threats in 2025. Off the charts, all right? Off the charts here in America. And these are just but a few. But they're the ones that really stand out. Probably some of you have heard of these. All right. So let's go through a few of these. The year opened with many on the left praising a man who allegedly murdered a healthcare CEO. And it ended with Virginia Democrats overwhelmingly voting for a man, Jay Jones, now Virginia's Attorney General-elect, made the most blood-curdling endorsement of political violence I've ever seen from an elected official, and he justified it with this sentence: only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. Jones apologized for the remarks, but he remained in the race, and he even shared a stage with none other than former President Barack Obama. I had hoped my fellow Virginians would reject this message in November, but Jones won the election. Or was he selected? I say selected, setting a horrifying precedent for American politics. Jones' election victory highlights the negative partisanship in America, and it comes at the end of a truly horrifying year of left-wing violence. Here are 10 incidents of threats or violence aligning with the left's attacks on Trump and his party. Targeting Nazi Pete Hegseth, January 28th. Riley Jane English, 24, after she told officers she was carrying a folding knife and 2 Molotov cocktails. English traveled to Washington, D.C., intending to kill Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, whom she referred to as a Nazi, or, if that didn't work out, House Speaker Mike Johnson, according to a police affidavit. She also reportedly mentioned wanting to burn down the Heritage Foundation. All right, so she claimed the tattoo is a Jerusalem cross. So Tesla vandalism, we all saw this. Tesla, with the Doge, was basically destroying the Democrat Party's money laundering systems. As the Trump administration's Department of Government Efficiency, Doge, headed by Tesla CEO Elon Musk, cut wasteful and ideological spending in the early months of this year. Vandals targeted Tesla vehicles, dealerships, and charging stations. After being the darling of the left, it became a target because it was taking down the leftist money laundering systems. All right, like I said, agitators burned vehicles to the ground. Protesters marched with a banner reading, "Burn a Tesla, save democracy." Some agitators even published a map claiming to plot the location of every Tesla owner. Many of them left-leaning Democrats. All right. So what the heck? All right. So New Mexico GOP vandalized. Justice Department charged Jamison Wagner, 40, for 2 attacks, arson, attack on 2 Tesla vehicles in February featuring swastikas and the graffiti attack on the New Mexico Republican Party headquarters. Featuring the graffiti, ICE equals KKK. Who started the KKK? The Democrat Party. And so he faces murder charges, of course. Rodriguez had previously been associated with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, though the party said he has not been involved in the group since 2017. Right? Boulder, Colorado, bad place. All right, Molotov cocktail attack. Mohammed Soliman, 45, faces 12 hate crime charges for allegedly using Molotov cocktails on June 1st to attack people who marched in solidarity with the Israeli hostages taken by Hamas. He shouted, "Free Palestine," during the attack. Soliman allegedly wounded 12 victims, one of whom died from her injuries the next day. Apparent revenge for Hortman. Vance Bolter, 57, murdered. So they're saying allegedly because he's under investigation and coming trial. Murdered former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman, her husband, and shot State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, both of whom survived. Bolter appears to have been motivated by opposition to abortion, and he targeted Democrats. The Center for Strategic and International Studies. Now, they say I have a little bit more information on him because I don't know who wrote this, but they're trying to paint him as an okay guy that leans right, because they're trying to make this into a right and left thing, but they fail. They fail badly. All right, so I'm going to stop that share and bring up this other one with this guy, and we're going to see who he's appointed by, right? So this is very interesting. All right, so this guy looks like a total whack job to begin with in his picture, right there. It's like, what is he? I think he's wearing like a mask, some type of mask over his head. So it goes on to talk about blah, 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 why he targeted them. And at 57 years old, he is being pursued in connection with a shocking blah, 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 an act that Governor Walz has characterized as targeting political violence. But what's interesting about that is that he was appointed by Walz. Can't see it where it's in here somewhere. Tim Walz. All right, so we know that Tim Walz, you look at Obama. Of course, Obama, the way the Democrats work, they have to have someone that's dumber than the president. So he picked Joe Biden. All right, so Joe Biden ran, and he had to have someone dumber than him, so he picked Kamala Harris. So when it went to Kamala Harris, she had to pick someone dumber than her, which was a real stretch, and she picked Tim Walz. All right, so, oh my God. So I'm looking for that. Where does it say? A politically motivated assassination. Says he supported Trump. He voted for Trump. He liked Trump. I like Trump. Right? Which is, I think, bullshit. I think they threw that in there. Oh, it must be down here. Okay, good. Where is it? Somewhere in here, Tim Walz basically appointed him. And he's always been part of the Democrat Party. But then, when he does this attack, he loves Trump, which is, I think, bullshit. So anyway, that clown right there, accused Minnesota shooter, was appointed by Tim Walz. It's right there in the title, okay? By Tim Walz and poorly supported Trump. So reportedly, all right? Just information. So anyway, Minnesota State reported October it has investigated 50 threats against Minnesota State commissioners, lawmakers, and the governor's office, more than double the 19 from last year. These threats targeted Republicans as well as Democrats. Alvarado, I said, 2 Democrats and the rest Republicans probably. and that was just hearsay. July 4th, 10 to 12 people wearing black clothing started shooting fireworks at U.S. Immigration's and Custom Enforcement facility, spray painting ice pig and FU pigs on cars and structures, right? So that was in Alvarado, Texas. And I think there was a guy that, Joshua John. All right. So El Paso, Texas, arrested 35-year-old Marquise and charged her with arson against a place of worship. So there you go. Sounds like the leftists are a problem in America, not what they always say is the right wingers, right? And that's how they came after us, for J6 and all that kind of bullshit. All right, so now before I go into this next little reveal, so there was several years ago, 5 years ago, so where I would do personal one-on-one, using my intuition and help people. And so I was working with this one woman, and she liked it so much she got her husband. She was with Apple, right? So I don't know how to talk around it, but she's very high up in Apple. And so I was working with her husband. We had great chats and stuff, and we talked about all kind of stuff. And he's like me. He's like alpha male dude, and trying to get him into, being more spiritual and so forth. So he and I were talking. We had a great conversation, like I said, and he told me that he went to some of these crazy, events. It maybe be at somebody's home. Some of these guys that were, billionaires. It was a billionaire club, and they were getting invited because she was very high up in the company, and so he would be watching everything. And he said, he'd been going to these for like years, and he said, for a while they were like, they wanted people to become gay, right? And then when some of their group became gay and they came out, they'd all clap and they'd be all like joyful, and they loved that because it's basically part of a darker agenda, right? And so he's telling me this, and he says, and then they went from celebrating gay couples to transgender, turning into transgender, and they started celebrating that. And so these are companies, not all of them, but these are companies that are part of the destruction of America, guys, right? And the political class, Democrat political class, part of the destruction of America. So now let me focus on just one of these out gay governor, and in American history that came out. Of course, there's probably been a lot more before that, but and switch hitters and all kind of stuff. Probably a lot of political class or switch hitters, but get out of there. All these little links and crap that come up. So anyway, his partner for 18 years. So they've been together for 18 years. They got 2 children together. Of course, they must have adopted them, or I don't know. Maybe they were in a. Now Jared is very successful. He's got $300 million, I think, and not like Nancy Pelosi corruption type, but he actually through merit, I believe, earned that money through internet stuff. He had a floral online type thing. If I said the name, if I remember the name, you probably recognize it. But he's made a lot of money, and he's using that money to basically corrupt Colorado. So he was part of a group that basically came in and they started to turn Colorado from red to blue. Because I remember going to Colorado to visit a buddy of mine who was a tracker and survivalist and all that kind of stuff. Really cool guy. He went to Africa to help African villages and so forth. and he's done a really good job out there. But he basically said, I remember visiting him, and Colorado was red. It was completely conservative. Denver, living in Denver, unbelievable, great city, shithole now, of course. But this is what they bring in. What I do care about is when you come in and you start to corrupt and change and destroy America, right? So this is what Jared Polis is doing. Remember, he's the one that said that Trump couldn't be on the ballot because he was part of J6, which we're now finding out that was all bullshit, right? And all the stuff that they tried to do on Trump is all bullshit. So, and of course, we have Tina Peters, which he refuses to release because Trump has said that she should be free. So this is part, I believe, of the destruction of America, guys. Putting people like this in there, like I say, in the background, you do that kind of stuff, no big deal. It's not part of, the culture of God, right? God is between male and female, and anything else outside of that is not so much, right? So they're both Jewish, as you can see. So it does not matter to me what religion you are, what your political party is, right? As long as you're upholding the Constitution and creating a safe environment for the people of your government, wherever that might be, however that might be, but they're creating a very negative environment. In Colorado, we've seen a lot of mass shootings, so there's some real problems in Colorado, right? So I think that government that's there right now is part of that problem, is part of the issue that's destroying America. Now, he being the first openly gay governor, he was soon to be followed by an openly lesbian in what state is it? Is it Washington State? No, Oregon. So Tina Kotek, yes, you can make that association with that last name if you want, but she is the first openly lesbian governor elected in the United States. So this is in 23. So this is something, and we see the problems that are happening also in Oregon, guys, right, with Portland and so forth. So I mean, maybe the citizens, all the citizens, are completely open to that, and if they want that, that's good. But the problem is, you're coming in with this wokeism ideas, and they're a counter to, like I say, American culture, what we stand for, and it should not be acceptable, right? So at some point, these people that I believe have been selected to be in those positions, when we get fair elections, they all go bye-bye, right? I've said this, the Democrat Party as a whole absolutely goes away completely, right? The corruption, the lies, the mismanagement, and the outright fraud, as we're finding from the Democrat Party, is unbelievable. So speaking of that, Ilhan Omar's husband's investment firm removing names from their website. Now, why might that be? Because I think just like a year ago, they had like 100,000. Let me pull this out. Let's read through this silliness. Now, the reason why I want to come back to this is some of these governors and other politicians, whether they be senators or congressional leaders or whatever, they should, if they do crimes, they should pay for those crimes. There's a big movement to deport Somalis and Ilhan Omar. I disagree with that wholeheartedly, because if they've committed crimes, which most of them have, they should stand trial for those crimes and then go to prison for whatever length of time is determined for their crimes, right? So in 2022, this is just 3 years ago, her husband, Tim Minette, a political consultant and husband of said Omar, launched Rose Lake Capital. The firm was reportedly worth less than $1,000 in 2023, 2 years ago, but has quickly grown to manage $60 billion in assets. Front for fraud. Hello. The New York Post report revealed that as charges have mounted in fraud cases across Minnesota, Rose Lake Capital quietly removed the names of several Obama-era officials who have served as officers with the firm. Among those listed, former ambassador to Bahrain, Adam Iriali, former ambassador to China, Senator Max Baucus, DNC Finance Chair Associate Alex Hoffman, and former DNC Treasurer William DeRoe. Former CEO of Amalgamated Bank Keith Mestrick's name was also removed. The removals of the names and bios of the Rose Lake officers took place between September and October after federal charges were handed to 8 individuals connected with the Minnesota fraud schemes, the New York Post reported. Wow. So, yeah, Democrat Party goes bye-bye. Goes bye-bye. All right, the fraud is not just happening right now. It has been happening for decades. And a lot of these baddies are going to go down for it. All right. So I think that we're going to see, like I said, a market turn down sometime in the first quarter of next year after it goes higher, right? How much higher? I don't know. But I think it's going to get another little pump before it gets a dump, right? And maybe gets a dump and then the pump. I don't know. So we'll see how it works out. But corporate bankruptcies surged in 2025, rivaling levels not seen since the immediate aftermath of the Great Recession, 2011, when silver prices spiked, right? And then they got crashed by the banksters. Banksters aren't crashing it, or at least not yet. I don't know. Maybe they will. But if they do, it's a buying opportunity because it's going to go up. Companies cited inflation and interest rates among the factors contributing to blah, 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 right? So you guys failed, right? You guys failed. You probably had a Democrat support, and once it went away, you failed. All right, so things are happening. Of course, we know that London, the bank of the banksters in London, the city of was it city of London, London City, London. So the banksters are funding the Ukraine war because every time President Trump basically tells Zelensky it's time to stop, he runs to England and then he's like, and just keeps the war going. And the slaughter of Ukrainians continues, right? So let's look at some of the things that are happening over there. It is basically accelerating to the downside for the Ukrainian army, like I predicted it would. And it's happening on a very fast pace. It's picking up speed. Here's a little piece right here. This is Huliapol. They basically came in. They captured this city very quickly within less than a month. In the past, it would take them months and months and months to capture cities, right? They're capturing major cities that are well defended in less than a month now, all up and down the line, right? And the line stretches, like you imagine, from Maine all the way down to Florida. That's a long line, and they're basically kicking ass all along that line.
Following yesterday's video where the Russians stormed a Ukrainian headquarters within the city, the Russians then went on to expand their zone of control beyond the central parts of it, clearing their apartment complex buildings and pushing all the way to the western outskirts of the city. As we see with this, you look at this footage, the Russians completely important.
All right, so as he said, the Russians are moving so fast that they came into their headquarters, and their computers and their iPhones with no password protection were still on. And so they just ran out the door just as they came, probably just before they came in the building. And they seized all, this is their headquarters with all the intelligence and all that stuff. Boy, they're going to be kicking some serious ass going forward, I promise you. So I look at these yellow lines right here. These are basically defensive positions that were formed. As you can see, the Russians have basically, have taken a lot of the Ukrainians' defensive lines. So one of the reasons why I want to show this is Huliapol right here. They're instead of coming straight in, which is the worst, way to come into a defensive line, they're coming in on the flanks. So they're taking the flanks of these defensive lines, and there's right over here. See if I can pull it up if it's in there. I can't really tell, but I think it's right up in here. So Zaporizhia, maybe this is it right here. So this is a fairly big city, and once this city is taken down, it's on to Odessa, right? So they're coming at this. I would say probably within the next 4 to 6 months, they're going to take Zaporizhia, and then they're going to march all the way over to Odessa. So Odessa is already, which is the port that Catherine the Great of Russia basically took that and for Russia, and it was supposed to be a port city for Russia. And that's something that the Russians have once again, pretty much through their missile strikes and so forth. And this is really hurting the Europeans because they get a lot of trade through that port and through Ukraine. So the Russians have basically started to close that completely down. So it's only a matter of time before the Russians, like I said, over a year ago, the Russians would get Odessa. So it looks like sometime by the middle of next year, they're going to be pushing into Odessa, right? So very, very interesting things that are happening in Ukraine. Of course, the Democrats support Ukraine tremendously. But here's another video that's basically showing how the Russians came in and seized all those computers and everything. Here's an actual video of that. So like I said, over a year ago, the movement of the Russians across the battlefront was going to really start to pick up pace.
We are servicemen from the 50th Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade. We are located on Sobornaya Street, number 52. The building was taken by our military personnel of the 4th Brigade, which turned out to be the headquarters of the 1st Battalion, 106th Brigade of the Territorial Defense Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Now we will show you the premises in its entirety. We'll film everything. Follow me. To your attention, this is the battalion commander's office. Come on in, film this. This is their flag. Brigade flag. The computer remained in place. Here are the radio stations, the commander's work cards, phones, tablets. The phone isn't even password protected.
All right. So I can tell you, like when my compadres seized all that intel, computers and other stuff when they did the Osama bin Laden raid, there was a lot of people got cleaned out after that, right? A lot of people, right? All over the world, right? So that's a treasure trove right there that they collected. They'll be able to track that into a lot of the Ukrainians' stuff. Of course, Ukraine, once they saw that that was compromised, they probably shut down a lot of systems. But that's tough for military too, because if you've developed communication, through different means and so forth, it takes a long time to get to that process. Usually those are over secure lines and so forth. So to have those compromised, you have to build a whole new system. Takes time. You're not getting communication downrange like you used to. So probably going to see this movement across the territory now pick up pace even more. All right. So I've been watching this over the last year and a half, and it's been, a little bit, less than way less, like meters, 100 meters there, 200 meters there. And then it got to a kilometer. And these days it's 20, 30 kilometers a day in all these different towns and so forth, taking over cities massively fast now. All right. So the Nazis, Ukrainian Nazis, have been funded by the NATO Nazis, and they used to be funded by the Democrat Nazis, is basically collapsing very quickly. And this is part of the strategy going forward. So, military action against these Nazi leftist groups in Ukraine by Russians. Now, how did Russia get back its country from the communists, from the deep state that basically came in and seized their country? Soviet Union, that was a deep state. What made it happen? Now, you saw on that one graph I showed you guys all of the rapes that were happening. It didn't show you the rapes that are happening to children, right? What turned Russia around that defeated the Soviet Union, the communism? Child trafficking, right? What is the number one child trafficking country in the world right now? United States. Democrat Party is the party of child trafficking, right? I'll leave you with that. All right, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I will see you guys next time.
Hello, Patriots. Judy Byington is taking a much needed and deserved break this holiday season, and she will return after the new year. Mass arrests exploding across the globe. Nisara Jasara is fully implemented in the shadows. Children continue to be rescued above and below ground. Commander Thor and his light-being families continued rescue and eradication operations under France. Democrat fraud, theft, and attempted coup is being exposed. 2020 election isn't over yet. Deep state players arrested and in grand juries. Gitmo tribunals are coming. Silver continues to rise, and Epstein files continue to be released. And we have a Delta for December 25th, 2017 from Q. It says, "Thank you all for your trust, faith, and patriotism. We are privileged to serve you. Please pray for those who would lay down their lives to protect our freedom. You are safe. God bless. Q." Brennan subpoenaed to a grand jury in Florida. Also, Trump announces an attack on ISIS in Nigeria. He says, "Under my leadership, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. May God bless our military and Merry Christmas to all, of which there will be many more if their slaughter of Christians continues." And huge update, Trump launched Nisara on Christmas Day. Military QFS operations froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds, and began shutting down the entire fiat system. And breaking, 115 ISIS members arrested in Turkey, planned Christmas and New Year attacks on Christians backed by global elites. And just a side note, I think that's global because a lot of different cities have shut down New Year's Eve events. December 26, 2025. Patriots, the moment we've been waiting for is here right now. As of this Christmas week, 2025, the global currency reset has fully activated, and the restored republic is rising stronger than ever under President Trump's command. The deep state cabal is in total panic mode. Their corrupt fiat system is collapsing, and the gold asset-backed quantum financial system is live, enforcing a one-to-one parity worldwide. Trillions in prosperity funds are flowing through secure quantum channels, backed by military and off-world alliance forces. This isn't just a reset. It's the complete takedown of the globalist criminals who've enslaved humanity for centuries. Mass arrests are exploding across the globe. High-profile elites tied to child trafficking rings, election fraud, and bioweapon schemes are being rounded up in sealed operations. Sources confirm thousands of indictments are unfolding right now under the fake news blackout. The emergency broadcast system is primed and could activate any hour now, blasting the truth about the stolen 2020 election, satanic networks that controlled Washington, Hollywood, and the Vatican. 10 days of communication darkness may hit soon. To finalize the switch, stock up on essentials, stay calm, and trust the plan.
America, we're going to be discussing all of the many ways that good things have been happening in 25. That is a gift to us, all of us, as we move into a new year. So we'll get into some slides and show some of the good news. I want to start with the debt clock first. I usually do. So as we look at the debt clock message, there's several important things that I want to point out here. First of all, look at the money that's coming in from, it's in yellow there, kind of the top left. The money coming in from the tariff revenue. We're now at $370 billion brought in tariffs. This is having a massive impact that I'll discuss a little bit later as we talk about the difference it's making in reducing deficits for the country. On the right there in kind of the red box, we have gold and silver. And it's projecting that the actual price of silver should be in the range of $1,164 an ounce, with a projected 5-year price of $1,500 an ounce. Gold at $92.25, with a 5-year price out at $12,000. That's way different than we are now. But as you will see from when we look at metals, things are on the move big right now. One other thing I wanted to point out on the debt clock right now is the new money creation box there. This is a treasury dollars, new treasury dollars. And they actually had a pop-up window when you click on this box, and I'll bring up the window here. This is all about the U.S. Treasury dollars. What is Treasury dollars? So let's read here. In 1862, President Lincoln issued $450 million directly from the U.S. Treasury. These debt-free, interest-free notes were known as greenbacks. Greenbacks were used to pay the soldiers and everybody else that was helping to prosecute the Civil War for the North. On June 4th, in 1963, President Kennedy signed Executive Order 11110, issuing $4.3 billion directly from the U.S. Treasury, bypassing the Federal Reserve Bank. These debt-free, interest-free notes were known as silver certificates, and he did this in cooperation with President Sukarno of Indonesia, known as the Green-Hilton Agreement. This money, of course, was never released, as President Kennedy was assassinated before he could do that. The other secret window on the debt clock is this, the Great Jubilee, the wealth transfer. I think this is awesome. This means great things are coming for you and me. What is a Jubilee? Well, Jubilee is basically a zeroing of debts. So we'll have the opportunity here in the future to be able to have debt zero. Now, that isn't all debts. This is only going to cover things that was created by the fiat banking system. If you borrow money from a friend, family, of course, you would still be obligated for that. But it means that we could see some zeroing of various loans, car loans, house loans, credit cards, these types of things. There's been some testing of the system. that's been going throughout the last year and a half, actually about 18 months now, as several people have found mortgages actually zeroed and the bank notified them that they were done. The very isolated cases right now is they were just testing going on. But it would be good news if that came to all of us, wouldn't it? As we get a new financial system. So cool news going on right there with the wealth transfer. Silver hit $65 an ounce today. This was a tremendous number. I'm showing a 5-year chart here that you look at. But if you go back the previous 24 months to December of 23 up until now, silver has gained 270% in value since then. This is dramatic and is probably a sign of things to come. As the debt clock indicates, silver is massively devalued in its relationship to gold. The final numbers that they're showing for where they think it's going to go is more of a ratio of a 7-to-1. However, it's been sitting recently at about 80-to-1. So obviously silver is really behind. The ratios are way out of whack. If you look at historical data, and we were discussing this last night on John Michael Chambers about how the ratios historically for thousands of years always range somewhere on the low end of maybe 7-to-1 and the high end of 20-to-1. Yet throughout this last 100 years, we've had 30-to-1 and up and even 85-to-1 at one point. So you're looking at ratios that are completely out of the norm or what historically has been done with these metals. So we do expect silver to make a move, continue to make a move to get more in line with proper historical type ratios. This creates a little bit of an issue in that demand for silver is exceeding supply. For the last 5 years, the demand for silver has grown, exceeding the amount that's being mined out of the ground. What this means is that we've been for years now dipping into reserves in order to meet demand for physical silver.
Friday, December 26th, huge update. Trump launched NESARA on Christmas Day. Military QFS operations froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds, and began shutting down the entire fiat system. December 26, a monumental shift is taking place right now, one that will forever change the course of history. The global financial system that has been carefully manipulated and controlled by the elites for decades is crumbling. President Trump has activated NESARA, National Economic Security and Reformation Act, and initiated the quantum financial system, a system designed to obliterate the debt-driven fiat currency structure that has enslaved the masses. This is happening in real time as we speak. The secret operations of NESARA and QFS. Yesterday on Christmas, while the global elite were celebrating, Trump's forces were executing covert operations that completely dismantled the corrupt financial systems they've relied on for so long. These operations were not publicized, but they were critical. Military and Treasury-backed units launched targeted raids across the world, targeting hidden money laundering networks, human trafficking operations, and illicit bank accounts controlled by the elite. These operations seized over $100 million in assets, including gold, funds stolen from the people, and accounts tied to globalists and their deep state networks. These operations were not a random act. They were part of a carefully orchestrated plan to weaken the elite's financial stronghold and redistribute the wealth they've hoarded for years. The success of these raids marks the beginning of the end of the old system. Funds that were meant to remain hidden from the public eye are being returned, now funneled into NESARA-backed systems designed to empower the people and restore sovereignty to America. The elites know this is happening, but they can't stop it. They've been so focused on keeping their power, controlling the media, and manipulating markets that they've missed the quiet revolution unfolding right under their noses. Breaking: 115 ISIS members arrested in Turkey. Planned Christmas and New Year attacks on Christmas backed by global elites. 115 ISIS members were arrested across Istanbul just before Christmas, not suspects, not loosely affiliated radicals, full members, trained, organized, and connected to known foreign networks. Turkish police, military, and intelligence forces raided 124 locations in one of the largest counter-terror operations in recent years. The timing was not random. It was directly connected to the holiday calendar. The goal was to strike during Christmas and New Year's, targeting gatherings of Christians and non-Muslims in public spaces. This wasn't about sending a message. It was about inflicting a real harm on religious communities in coordinated attacks across multiple points of the city. Firearms were found, ammunition, operational documents, communication with ISIS contacts outside the country. Intelligence confirmed. This was part of a wider strategy, not a spontaneous local act.
Today, December 26, 2025, and take a look at the latest headlines coming out with me. U.S. airlines cancel over 1,000 flights due to the northeast winter storm warnings that are coming out. You can see this coming out just 37 minutes ago from the time of this recording. Winter storms and heavy rain battering states on both sides of the United States. Now, I shared with you what was happening in California, and I had warned that we had heard this was going to spread, and now we're hearing, take a look, winter storms to deliver white Christmas and travel mayhem to over 18 U.S. states this week. Watch mudslides, flooding, and debris. Storms batter Southern California, but not just California. Winter storm could affect post-Christmas travel in the Northeast United States as well, and early Christmas travel at risk as eastern U.S. storm brings rain and gusty winds as well. We're hearing from coast to coast across the United States. There are winter weather alerts for extreme weather that is going to be hitting. I'll let you know this the day before Christmas and now the day after Christmas. We're hearing that this is going to be continuing on. Some extreme weather, unusual weather, lots of rain, storms, mudslides happening in California. They're saying the South here in Texas, unusually dry and hot. And now we're seeing some extreme weather, ice warnings happening in the north and the east coast of the United States.
And wow, I hope everyone out there has had a wonderful Christmas day. So Drew, what's your first story of the day?
Good morning, Paul. Good morning, everyone. And I hope you all had a Merry Christmas. My first story is President Donald Trump says the US has carried out airstrikes against Islamic State militants in northwest Nigeria. Trump claims the strikes targeted ISIS fighters accused of attacking Christian communities in the region. The US military says the operation took place in Sokoto State and involved coordination with Nigerian authorities. Nigeria's government says the strikes were part of an ongoing security cooperation, while stressing the country's violence is complex and not solely religious.
Diving into my first story of the day. For the first time in 2 years, Gaza's small Christian community has been able to celebrate Christmas. A quiet service was held at the Holy Family Church, Gaza's only Catholic parish, during a fragile ceasefire. The church, badly damaged during the war, hosted prayers, carols, and a simple Christmas tree. Community leaders say the moment was subdued but deeply meaningful after years of conflict and loss. It's just wonderful to see that even in a war-torn place like Gaza, that Christmas and festivities are still coming back. What have you got, Drew?
Yeah, with more good news, Turkish authorities say they stopped planned holiday attacks after arresting 115 suspected ISIS operatives in Istanbul. Police carried out raids at more than 120 locations, seizing weapons, ammunition and documents linked to the group. Officials say the suspects were planning attacks during Christmas and New Year's celebrations, particularly targeting non-Muslims. 22 suspects remain at large as security forces continue their search.
And my next story, one that Charlie has asked me to share with everybody. President Vladimir Putin has flipped the script in Europe's war narrative. He's announced direct talks with Ukraine, cutting out European leaders he accuses of pushing the conflict instead of peace. By going straight to Kiev, Moscow says it's sidelining what it calls warmongering middlemen. Whether this opens a real path to negotiations or reshapes the diplomatic balance, it's a move that's rattling at capitals across Europe. So Drew, we may actually see peace in Ukraine very soon. What a wonderful Christmas present.
And my last story, Keir Starmer's Downing Street has scrapped its regular afternoon media briefings, triggering an angry backlash from Westminster journalists. The briefings, which let reporters question the PM's spokesperson without time limits, are being replaced with occasional press conferences and technical updates. Journalists say the move reduces access and weakens scrutiny, accusing the government of controlling when and who gets to ask questions despite promises of greater transparency. What's he doing?
Well, Drew, this is one about free speech. Remember, once they start taking away free speech, once they stop interacting with their people, this is all signs that they are going deep into a dictatorship. They are crushing our rights. I mean, I want to know what's going on with our government. Once you start taking away these interactions with the media, good or bad, that tells you a very, very bleak story about what's going on. But, as Charlie always says, it's all part of the pantomime, and we're going to see some big changes coming up in the not too distant future. So yes, we are looking forward to what's to come. And remember, everybody, stand fast, okay? I know the UK is going through a very dark time. I'm here myself. Drew's here herself. We've got to stand strong because we know that there are better times ahead. And my final story. Europe's biggest car makers, including Volkswagen, BMW and Mercedes, are under mounting pressure as costs rise and exports slow. Analysts say the latest shock follows Russia's response to the EU's seizure of Russian assets, with Moscow warning of economic retaliation and a pivot away from Europe. Germany has been hit the hardest, facing higher energy costs, weaker demand and fierce competition from cheaper Chinese electrical vehicles. Critics warn Europe's policies risk long-term damage to its industrial base and its global competitiveness. Drew, we are starting to see the final, dare I say it, the downfall of the cabal, cleaning the house out that is Europe. Well, everybody, that was the news on Boxing Day, the 26th of December 2025. There's not many more newses left before the end of the year, but wow, it is not failing to show us what's going on out there. And I just want to end the show with just a quick scripture. Be still and know that I am God. In a world that's loud, fast and often overwhelming, this is a reminder that we don't have to have all the answers and we don't have to panic. Sometimes the most powerful thing we can do is pause, breathe and remember that we're not in control, and that's okay.
Friday, December 26, 2025, Epstein's powerful allies exposed. The pedophile network they tried to cover up is falling apart. And here is an ex-post from Donald Trump. Merry Christmas to all, including the many sleaze bags who loved Jeffrey Epstein, gave him bundles of money, went to his island, attended his parties, and thought he was the greatest guy on earth, only to drop him like a dog when things got too hot, falsely claimed that they had nothing to do with him, didn't know him, said he was a disgusting person, and then blame, of course, President Donald J. Trump, who was actually the only one who did drop Epstein, and long before it became fashionable to do so. When their names get brought out in the ongoing radical left witch hunt, plus one low-life Republican Massey, and it is revealed that they are Democrats all, there will be a lot of explaining to do, much like there was when it was made public that the Russia hoax was a fictitious story, a total scam, and had nothing to do with Trump. The failing New York Times, among many others, was forced to apologize for their bad and faulty election reporting, even to the point of losing many subscribers due to their highly inaccurate fake coverage. Now the same losers are at it again, only this time so many of their friends, mostly innocent, will be badly hurt and reputationally tarnished. But sadly, that's the way it is in the world of corrupt Democrat politics. Enjoy what may be your last Merry Christmas. President Donald J. Trump. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a billionaire financier. He was an asset used by intelligence agencies, protected by global elites, and deployed to entrap the powerful. His operations were never isolated and never rogue. They were structured, coordinated, and funded by people who still walk free today, many of whom sit at the highest levels of power in media, politics, tech, and international finance. President Donald J. Trump knows this, and unlike the previous administration, which did everything in its power to protect and seal these networks, Trump is opening the gates. On Christmas Day 2025, he issued one of the most aggressive public statements yet, mocking and calling out the elite class that once praised Epstein as a brilliant mind, invited him into their universities, charities, and government institutions, and attended his events. This is a precision strike because just weeks ago, Trump signed the Epstein Files Transparency Act, forcing the Department of Justice to begin the release of classified documents connected to Epstein's operations, contacts, movements, and protected associates. And in the last week alone, over 700 pages of new material have been released. Most media outlets refuse to report on it, but those files are now public. Names, timestamps, photos, wire transfers, and handwritten logs. They tie Epstein not just to celebrities and ex-presidents, but to operatives inside the CIA, MI6, and Mossad, to biotech executives currently overseeing population control programs, Bill Gates, and to banking institutions that process donations for humanitarian aid that never arrives. These files confirm that Epstein's science projects were cover operations, receiving large sums from Gates-linked organizations and EU biotech lobbies during the same years he was hosting classified guests on the island. Clinton is already cornered. The photos released last week show him with Epstein after he publicly claimed he had cut ties. PR teams are scrambling, but the evidence is there. 2001, 2003, and 2006 logs confirm multiple visits and extended stays, none of which were disclosed in official statements. More importantly, files released on December 22nd contained emails between Clinton Foundation staff and Epstein's private assistant, planning events described only as fundraisers with select contributors. But this is bigger than Clinton. The released files list private guests from global institutions, UNICEF, the World Economic Forum, Deutsche Bank, and UNESCO. This is the same circle currently pushing for digital ID systems, centralized biometric passports, and child-focused health data initiatives under the banner of safety. And every one of those projects links back to the same money that protected Epstein for 2 decades. Since taking office in January, Trump has reactivated key military intelligence programs that were shut down under Biden. These include Task Force Gladius, targeting elite-level human trafficking cells with international protection; Operation Talon, focusing on exposing U.S.-based government employees embedded in trafficking logistics; Milcom 47, monitoring classified comms between NGOs and Epstein-tied shell corporations. Recent whistleblower leaks confirm that multiple Epstein-linked foundations are under sealed federal investigation as of December 2025, and at least 4 arrests have been made since November. None reported in mainstream media. 2 were German nationals with ties to a child research group funded by a Dutch royal foundation. 1 was a Canadian tech CEO linked to a now-defunct virtual reality startup used for training simulations, which, according to internal memos, used trafficked children in the demo footage. There's a reason President Trump said, "Enjoy what may be your last Merry Christmas." It wasn't a joke. It was a real warning to the ones who know they're being hunted. For years, they thought they buried Epstein's secrets with him, but the data was never destroyed. The logs were copied. The blackmail material, photo, videos, financial trails was never deleted. It was backed up, and Trump now controls access to it.
The American public deserves and expects honesty and transparency from their government when seeking answers. But for years, people who asked questions in good faith were dismissed, even vilified by the media and their own government. That era is over. The Trump EPA is committed to total transparency. As a result, I tasked my team at EPA to compile a list of everything we know about contrails and geoengineering for the purpose of releasing it to you now publicly. In other words, I want you to know everything I know about these topics and without any exception. Instead of simply dismissing these questions and concerns as baseless conspiracies, we're meeting them head on. We did the legwork, looked at the science, consulted agency experts, and pulled in relevant outside information to put these online resources together. Everything we know about contrails to solar geoengineering will be in there. That means anyone who reads through this information will know as much about these topics as I do as EPA administrator. To anyone who's ever looked up to the streaks in the sky and asked, what the heck is going on? Or seen headlines about private actors and even governments looking to blot out the sun in the name of stopping global warming? We've endeavored to answer all of your questions at the links on your screen. In fact, EPA shares many of the same concerns when it comes to potential threats to human health and the environment, especially from solar geoengineering activities. The enthusiasm for experiments that would pump pollutants into the high atmosphere has set off alarm bells here at the Trump EPA. Prior to now, EPA has never been this proactive to raise awareness about concerns with geoengineering and to stop this activity from being scaled up. This is what it looks like when government actually listens to the will of the people and doesn't try to squash it. You can always trust this administration and this EPA to take your concerns seriously, answer your questions honestly, and carry out the will of voters.
All right, the Supreme Court has ruled against President Trump. Not something I'm used to telling you guys. They say that he does not have enough cause or complaint to be able to use the National Guard in the city of Chicago. Former CIA John Brennan is officially under grand jury proceedings, but it's worse than that. His own lawyer was caught trying to control the venue and which judge would oversee his upcoming trial for trying to remove Donald Trump from office. Former CIA John Brennan, his lawyer, was just caught trying to control the venue where his upcoming trial would take place. He was also trying to control which judge was appointed, right? They do this in Washington, D.C. Think about Judge Boasberg, who gets all of these really important cases against Donald Trump. Well, they were caught because legal documents went out. But what these legal documents also confirmed is that John Brennan 100% is going through multiple grand jury indictments right now to see if there is enough there to actually hold him accountable and go to trial. Now, this is a big one. I think this guy is worse than James Comey. I think that he is worse than Letitia James. I still hope those cases pan out and some of the other ones that President Trump's DOJ has going. But this would be a really big one. Let me show you what was said about this. And then you guys let me know in the comments what you think about it, because I would just love to see John Brennan go down.
There is more out of John Brennan, the Steele dossier, all the things that people have been talking about for years and years. And now there is some acknowledgement.
And this all goes back to Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, when she released all this information earlier this year about the grand conspiracy that was conspired against President Trump in 2016 with the grand Russia hoax and the ways that intelligence was manipulated. And it went all the way to the top. President Obama tasking people with creating this new intelligence report, the summary of which was shifted around based off of things in the Steele dossier. And John Brennan, we had that famous line of, but doesn't it just ring true, when people in the CIA tried to push back on this? Now we know that there is a grand jury impaneled that is investigating John Brennan for his role in this. And how do we know this? In quite unusual move, through a letter from his lawyer to the chief judge in Florida, where this grand jury is impaneled, asking the chief judge to take some extraordinary steps to limit what the government can do and where they can use the grand jury, and with the stated goal of ensuring that Judge Eileen Cannon, who was the judge that was over the classified documents probe from special counsel Jack Smith, they want to ensure she is not the judge in this case.
All right. Isn't that amazing? So busted for trying to control the venue, saying it can't be a Trump positive judge, or we're not going to do this. And it also confirms that there are multiple grand juries against this guy. I love it. This makes me so happy.
So, like I said, quite extraordinary, seeing a letter admitting to the fact that there is a grand jury probe. Normally there can be speculation. People can be like, oh, the grand jury's impaneled. This timing may seem like this, but we now know from the attorney of John Brennan that a grand jury is investigating whether or not crimes were committed in this Russia collusion hoax that he perpetrated on the American people and President Trump.
Let's go back to just July of this year. You're going to hear Tulsi Gabbard.
The ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, did not cite any report where Putin indicated helping Trump win was an objective. The opposite is true. With regards to the Steele dossier, we now know that one of the source documents that the Obama administration used in the creation of this intelligence assessment in January of 2017 was none other than the discredited, unverified Steele dossier. The House Intel report states, quote, contradicting public claims by then CIA Director Brennan that the dossier was not in any way incorporated into this intelligence assessment. The dossier was referenced in the intelligence assessment's main body text and further detailed in a 2-page assessment annex.
The ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, that is one of the key launching points of the Russia collusion hoax. That is when the intelligence community had done many ICAs, intelligence community assessments, leading up to the 2016 election. After President Trump won, then President Obama ordered a new ICA. And what did John Brennan and James Clapper and Jim Comey do? They took their marching orders and they came up with a new ICA, which completely contradicted all the previous assessments of the intelligence community leading up to the election, and included things that members of the CIA were pushing back against their director, saying this should not be included. This is substandard. This is unverified. This is salacious. This we don't even believe is good intelligence. But he said, you're going to do it anyways because, quote, doesn't it ring true? Because he was seeking confirmation bias. He knew what he wanted to believe and what he wanted the ICA to say, and pushed the intelligence community to do just that. And that is what was the launching point for the Russia collusion hoax, for the Bob Mueller investigation special counsel, for the years of turmoil and waste of taxpayer money that the American people saw. This was one of the chief architects of that, John Brennan.
Obama and Hillary and John Brennan conspired to use the intelligence agencies in order to get Donald Trump out. They have to be held accountable. Otherwise, what is the point of all of this? I don't care to know about this. I want to see action happen.
I have a post from JFKQ17 on Telegram. 107, fasten your seatbelt. Mass arrests of big name traders are here. Patriots, it's happening right now. December 26, 2025 and beyond. 107 just dropped the ultimate red pill. The long-awaited mass arrests of the biggest names in the deep state cabal are finally underway. We're talking high-profile globalist elites, pedophile network kingpins, and treasonous politicians who've sold out America for decades. The military is in full control. Gitmo is expanded and ready, and sealed indictments, hundreds of thousands of them, are being unsealed at lightning speed. Juan warns, fasten your seatbelt because the storm is no longer coming, it's here. Trump and the White Hats have activated the final phase. Special Forces, Navy SEALs, and Delta teams are coordinating nationwide and global ops to round up these Satan-worshipping monsters. Obama, Clinton's, Biden, Soros operatives, Hollywood scum, and corrupt DC swamp creatures. No one escapes. They've been tracked, evidence locked in with "we have it all," and tribunals are firing up for swift justice. This isn't just talk anymore. Sources confirm raids are hitting elite compounds as we speak. The emergency broadcast system is on standby for the big reveal. Those videos and confessions that will wake up the sleepers forever. The deep state thought they could steal elections, traffic children, and crash the economy one last time, but Trump fortified everything. It's all staged under military continuity of government, the real power behind the scenes. Q told us, trust the plan. The Great Awakening is exploding. These arrests mark the end of their reign of terror. Nasara Jasara activation is next, with the debt forgiveness and gold-backed freedom on the horizon. The cabal's desperate, false flags failing, but it's too late. Justice is coming like a freight train. Patriots worldwide, stay vigilant, stock up and pray. The next days and weeks will be biblical. Big names falling, revelations that will shock the world, and victory for the light. Where we go one, we go all. The best is yet to come. America saved, evil exposed and eradicated. Hold the line. We're winning big. And it says January 20th, internet dies, phones go, EBS only.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, Christmas Eve through Christmas Day 2025 everything broke loose across the world, and no one knows it, yet. According to the Friday, December 25, 2025 Telegram sites of Trump-verified supporters, Charlie Ward, John F. Kennedy and FBI Director Kash Patel over Christmas Eve into that next morning on Christmas Day Trump launched Nizar's military QFS operations, froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds and began shutting down the entire fiat system. Also on Christmas Day Trump's global military alliance forces launched precision strikes across the world. Hundreds of elite bank accounts, filled with blood money from trafficking, election theft, and endless wars, were instantly frozen. Hundreds of millions in stolen wealth seized on the spot and transferred into the QFS for the greatest wealth redistribution in history. In March 2020 the U.S. Treasury had already quietly absorbed the Federal Reserve and put in place safeguards for the world economy. With the Federal Reserve dead, central banks worldwide were now collapsing as the gold-backed QFS takes total control. Unhackable, transparent, and designed to end their debt slavery. Sometime after midnight Thursday, December 25, 2025 the blackout was set to begin with travel restrictions expected in some areas, system interruptions possible, financial market instability. The full global currency reset would lock in for the general public in January 2026. On Thursday, December 18, 2025 Michael Lavon Robinson's, aka Michelle Obama's, tribunal at Gitmo resulted in a guilty verdict with the sentence of death by Coming Thursday 25th of December TNT, new dates for Tier 4B notification, Saturday 27th of December. To Monday 29th of December 2025 Thursday. 25th of December Texas Snake, we are in a 36-hour window, but I do not know when the window started. Friday 26th of December Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram, I told you 3 years ago. They were going to shut down the world's economy in order to do a global currency reset. That's what they are doing right now. Friday, December 26, 2025 huge update. Trump launched Nizar on Christmas Day, military QFS operations froze hundreds of elite bank accounts, seized hundreds of millions in stolen funds, and began shutting down the entire fiat system. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram December 26, 2025, Patriots, the moment we've prayed for has arrived. President Trump just unleashed the full power of Nizar on Christmas Day, activating the invincible quantum financial system, QFS, and delivering the death blow to the deep state's global financial tyranny. While the cabal celebrated in their mansions, Trump's loyal military forces launched precision strikes across the world. Hundreds of elite bank accounts, filled with blood money from trafficking, election theft, and endless wars, were instantly frozen. Hundreds of millions in stolen wealth seized on the spot, transferred securely into the QFS for the greatest redistribution in history. This is the wealth stolen from we the people for over a century now coming home.